Chapter 240. Black Rhino. Power, 7 stars black. Strength, 8 stars black. Speed, 5 stars black. Agility, 4 stars black. Coordination, 7 stars black. Stamina, 8 stars black. Reactions, 6 stars black. Defense, quasi 9 star black. Spirit, 1 stars black. Force, 1 stars black. Power scale accuracy, 97%. Lionel's gaze flashed. Even with a beast standing at 3 meters tall before him, he hardly reacted. Mud pit. Lionel stretched out a hand. The land quaked and shook as the black rhino charged over. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered a 100-meter radius. Just when it was about to press its front feet down, it suddenly felt its footing disappear. Instead of hitting solid ground, it sank into a quagmire, causing its body to flip forward. Just as the rhino's body was about to flip out of the mud pit entirely, the pit hardened. The sudden change caused the rhino, who was in the process of rolling off, to come to a sudden stop. At that moment, the sickening sound of shattering bones rang out, only to be completely overshadowed by the pained roar of the black rhino. The black rhino heavily landed on its back. Its front legs snapped in two. In fact, a portion of its legs were still stuck in the hardened mud pit. However, Lionel hardly reacted. A familiar swirl of wind had already surged around his body once again. A strong earth element swirled in the air above the rhino, quickly coalescing into a bronze, angled blade that radiated a beautiful light. Heavy guillotine. Shoo! The blade descended into the rhino's open mouth. It was too busy roaring in pain to even sense the danger. An instant later, its mouth was pierced through to the back of its skull, leaving it impaled into the ground. By this point, Lionel's teammates were looking at his back, as though he was some kind of monster. This wasn't the first demon Lionel had taken down. In fact, it wasn't even the 10th. Yet, every time they saw him do it, they would feel just as shocked as the first time. That beast was at least as powerful as a 1-star magus. Wasn't Lionel just an official mage? They should have been working together to take it down. So what the hell was happening? This power scaling system is alright, but still not perfect. It's too broad now. It needs some tweaks, Lionel calmly analyzed. That battle was at most 72% efficient. It would have been much easier to finish that battle had I taken a different approach. If I had used gravity warp just after the rhino flipped due to mud pit, I could have used Earth and Spike to impale it beneath its own weight. Earth and Spike is only a 2-star official art. It would take much less to cast than the 1-star magus art. Heavy guillotine. Even if I have to take into account the 3-star official art gravity warp, Lionel wasn't really worried about his stamina usage. Even compared to true 3-star magi, his stamina was far beyond what they could imagine. After all, he technically had the reserves of a 5th-dimensional mage. The only shame was that he had to use more of his spirit to form magic arts, since he hadn't crystallized his spirit pressure as thoroughly as the true elites of this world. But even then, his starting point was still so much higher that it hardly mattered. Lionel was seriously refining his dreamscape bit by bit. He wanted to reach a point where he could understand the best way to defeat an enemy the moment he laid eyes on it. Unfortunately, it was clear that he was still very far from this result. 72% efficiency might sound impressive, but Lionel knew that this was pitifully low. For one, the more efficiency he wanted to eke out, the more difficult it would be. But this wasn't even the biggest point. The truth was that the rhino was much weaker than Lionel. Not only was it much weaker, but it was much less intelligent than Lionel. The petty tricks Lionel used might work on it, but on a true demon or another magus, it would be nothing more than parlor tricks. Lionel believed that had the black rhino been just any other 1-star magus, Lionel would at best be able to wring out a measly 30 to 40% efficiency, 50% if he was lucky and could counter his enemy's ability. It would be even worse the closer to his strength the enemy was. Suddenly thinking of this, another light bulb went off in Lionel's mind as a branching arc of lightning surged through his dream world. Counters. It might not be possible to perfectly counter every enemy I come across, An earth mage would be the bane of a wind mage, but might not necessarily do well against others. Lionel thought that there was merit to this idea. However, he didn't have a perfect way to act on it currently. Though he could technically cast all elemental spells thanks to his talent, he knew that this wasn't a viable solution. The power system of Camelot would only be useful to him in the third dimension. It would lose its use the moment he crossed into the fourth. So, that solution would only be short-lived. He needed to think of something better. Lionel, you're a monster. Do you know that? Fable suddenly spoke in a somewhat exasperated tone. They all thought after the first beast Lionel took down that he would soon realize he couldn't expend his stamina so wildly. But the current Lionel looked like he was still on his first battle. It was too ridiculous. Originally, they had been accepting of Lionel joining this expedition for two reasons. Firstly, Lionis recommended him, and secondly, they heard rumors that he had battled a knight of the Round Table and came out alive. In their minds, even if Lionel's magic wasn't up to standard, he could make up for it in other ways. But they had never expected for him to be such a monster, even when only using magic arts. Lionel didn't know how to respond to this. Lionis and the others chuckled, seeing his response. They had expected the atmosphere to become heavy after entering these lands, but Lionel's prowess took a burden off their hearts. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the beasts Lionel could as well. They all knew that these demons were easy pickings. The true demons were far more powerful and were humanoids. But Lionel let them all save up their stamina and remain in peak condition. This was more than they could ever hope for. It seems like we've arrived at our destination, Lionis said in a somewhat surprised tone. He had expected it to take about a week, but this was only the third day. He sent another deep look toward Lionel's back. He had realized that Lionel sometimes swerved their formation in certain directions, but he didn't think much of it. But it seemed that Lionel was avoiding danger for them at the same time as taking the vanguard. A monster indeed. Up ahead, a small, makeshift fort stood. The gates were made of black wood and stood about 3 meters tall. Peeking over the wooden walls, one could see several tall tents from a distance. Several patrol units stood between them and the small fort. They had already passed through several lookout checkpoints, so the commander of this fort should already be prepared for their arrival. As expected, before they could even approach, the gates opened and a small troop of knights riding war horses galloped forward. Lionel winced. Damn horses again. As Lionel was remembering his past trauma, he didn't notice that Lionis had begun to frown behind him. Something's wrong. Chapter 241. After a moment, Lionel regained his serious expression. Once he did, his senses quickly picked up on a few things. First, the small squad of 4 riding war horses toward them was led by a man with billowing blonde hair and blue eyes that held a complex light within them. Secondly, according to what he knew about Lionis, it was impossible for him not to take the helm in greeting these knights. This wasn't because the prince felt the need to take control of everything, but rather because Lionel felt that Lionis was a man who placed emphasis on relationships and respect, not much unlike Lionel himself. For a man like Lionis, as the leader of their squad, he would of course observe proper etiquette and greet these knights of Camelot. After all, in the future when he was named king, these men would be the backbone of the kingdom. And even now, they were putting their lives on the line, fighting day in and day out in the most dangerous border regions. Yet, not only had Lionis not stepped forward, he even seemed reluctant to do so. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of doing so, but that he was reluctant to do so. After reaching this conclusion, Lionel observed the man coming toward them once again and immediately noticed something else. This man's strength even faintly surpassed Lamorak's. At that moment, noticing his looks, Lionel had a faint inkling of something. Please don't tell me he's Lancelot. Lionel felt another headache coming on. Lionel shook his head. Things still shouldn't be so simple. I don't believe that even if things are as I think they are, that Lionis would be so unable to hide his emotions. This is even doubly so for a knight of the Round Table like Lancelot. When Lionel had this thought, he began to calmly observe everything else. Two of the knights who followed Lancelot out had deadpan expression, but the third had a gaze that reminded Lionel of a snake. He calmly looked Leonis up and down, as though he was measuring up goods in a flea market. It was difficult to tell anything else from his gaze, but for some reason, he didn't have eyes for anyone else. Even the two beauties, Ellis and Mary, had no ability to catch his attention. There was something off about his gaze, but Lionel couldn't put his finger on it. Could the oddity be related to this man? He had long, black hair that shimmered as though coated in a thin gel. His eyes were the very same deep black, reflecting an indifferent light. To his hips, two swords hung, but they were obscenely long to the point they almost dragged along the ground, even while he rode his tall horse. The longer Lionel looked at him, but louder his primitive instinct screamed. This man, he was dangerous. As though feeling a gaze on him, the young man finally shifted his gaze from Leonis, locking eyes with Lionel. In that moment, Lionel felt as though his body had been dunked into a vat of ice water. His blood vessels involuntarily constricted even as his eyes narrowed. Lionel's heartbeat slowed to a crawl. Though their gazes only met for a split second, it felt like an eternity. The man seemed surprised that Lionel didn't try his best to look away as soon as possible. It made him give Lionel a once-over, trying to see whether there was something special about the young man before him. Unfortunately, at that moment, their silent clash had to come to an end. "Crown Prince, you've come." Lancelot, heading the small squad, took the initiative to hop down from his horse, kneeling down to a single knee in greeting. Maybe I shouldn't keep subconsciously thinking he's Lancelot. Who knows, I might get lucky and dodge this mess. Please don't do this, Sir Lancelot. I'm not worthy of such respect. Or not. Lionel smiled bitterly. Lancelot stood with an amiable smile, looking over the rest of the group. "Oh, is this official mage, Lionel? I've heard a lot about you. That old fogey Lamorak suffered at your hands." "Huh?" The man with snake-like eyes narrowed his gaze at these words. It seemed he was only now learning of Lionel's identity. Lionel smiled, a bit embarrassed. "I guess you could say his mace was a bit dirted by my blood." Lancelot was a bit stunned by Lionel's response for a moment before he erupted into a boisterous laughter. It was quite an odd sight to see. Lancelot, with his looks, could play the part of arrogant and pretty playboy perfectly. Yet, he erupted with the same laughter one would expect from a man with wild facial hair and a massive gut. Damn, his charisma is affecting even me. No wonder Queen Guinevere fell for him. If others knew what Lionel was thinking, he'd probably get sentenced to death where he stood. Lancelot heavily patted Lionel's shoulder. "I like you, kid." Clearly, he wasn't as reserved toward Lionel as he was toward Leonis. "Sir Lancelot, is this base experiencing some issues? I noticed that the security was especially high." Leonis finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Of course, these weren't at the forefront of his mind, but he could only toss other things to the back. Yes. Lancelot grew serious. "The demon lords have been on the move." Leonis grew serious. The demon lords. They were Modred's most trusted subordinates. There were 66 of them in total. It wasn't that Modred didn't add more, but that demon lords would rather slaughter one another to claim their positions. As a result, new demon lords would always kill another demon lord upon being conferred their title, or die trying. In the end, the number would always be 66. But even then, these were many more top experts than Camelot had. If it wasn't for the fact the top experts of Camelot outstripped those of this demonic land by a measure, Camelot would have long since been wiped out. Leonis frowned. What happened? Lancelot took a deep breath. A new demon lord has been appointed. However, this one didn't follow the normal tradition of killing another, causing some unrest within Modred's lands. Now there are 67 demon lords, but Modred seems to have taken a liking to this new appointee and is protecting them. There's unrest in their ranks now, but demons don't display their dissatisfaction in the same way we humans do. Rather than pointing their spears toward Modred, they're ignoring the status quo and attacking on their own whim. Modred has yet to step in to regain the balance, and it's possible that she wants this sort of unrest. Due to this, we've been dealing with constant attacks toward all the border forts. News has already been sent back to Camelot. It's likely that the other big players will be making a move now. Just when Lancelot wanted to say more, the ground suddenly began to quake. Chapter 242. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lionel had never expected that he wouldn't even get a chance to rest. A whirlwind of orders and roars shook the small fort. Lancelot's carefree demeanor completely vanished as he took hold of the situation. This fort was his own to control. The truth was that this base was in far better condition than the others would be, with a Knight of the Round Table protecting it. Those stations here were several levels luckier than they otherwise might be. This was the first time Lionel had ever been on a true battlefield. Though he had fought the Englishmen alongside the French, those men were so much weaker than him that his life was never truly on the line. This was especially so when it was considered that Aina had been by his side. But this time, if he was just a bit careless, even a foot soldier could take his life. The warriors of this world were on a completely different level. He simply couldn't afford to take any of them lightly. For some reason, though, Lionel felt an urge to take the vanguard. Even he was shocked by this sudden change in his psyche. The thumping of his heart reminded him of the first time he stepped onto a football field. It was the very same feeling, that to conquer and pit his wits against that of the enemy. However, all this time, such a thing had been repressed to the depths of his heart. He simply didn't like to kill. Such contradictory feelings always clashed within him to the point his initial instincts were tempered and snuffed out. But the enemy was once again not human. Lionel suddenly smiled. He remembered charging toward the beast kings of the Project Hun Island. Back then, he had felt the fetters of his heart release a bit. After all, back then, his enemy was an army of beasts. And now, his enemy was an army of demons. Lionel stood on the walls of the fort. The blackwood felt exceptionally smooth beneath his feet. As a mage, it was only right that he stood at the back of the army. It was his job to observe a formation of earth mages and understand their procedure for future battles. But he was feeling especially agitated. He wanted to join the knights below. A synpace went off in Lionel's dream world. When he sent his mind inward, he smiled bitterly. So it's like that. In the sky of his dream world sat his dreamscape. Within it, arcs of lightning connected his memories of battle with Lamorak to a book titled Achieving a Smooth Spirit. It was a level 7 book, one at the limit of what Lionel was allowed to read currently. It was a theory speaking on the connection of one's mentality to their spirit pressure. In truth, it seemed like a crackpot theory, maybe similar to the holistic medicine of Earth. Though some people believe in it, many dismiss it as a ridiculous notion. Even Lionel hadn't thought much about it before, but right now, he understood where these feelings of agitation were coming from. His battle with Lamorak had left a shadow on his heart. It was impeding the pure flow of his spirit and limiting his future path. As a result, Lionel subconsciously wanted to prove himself on a real battlefield. Lionel took a deep breath and closed his eyes. If others knew his thoughts, they believe he thought too much of himself. Lamorak was one of the 4 or 5 most powerful knights of Camelot. His age was easily 3 or 4 times that of Lionel's, maybe even more. It was only right that he defeated Lionel. Was Lionel even worthy to have such a shadow over his heart? The fact such an impediment to his spirit existed was practically Lionel saying that he subconsciously placed himself on the same level as Lamorak, or maybe even a higher level. To do something subconsciously was to say that Lionel believed this to the depths of his soul. He wasn't faking it. It was a confidence etched into his bones. Lionel chuckled to himself, causing the mages who were incredibly tense to his side to look toward him with shock. In the distance, a vile army of demons surged forward like a tide. Black dogs with long gray tongues as rough as sandpaper. Gray-skinned humanoids with all sorts of horns and antlers on their heads. Scaled humanoids with reptilian eyes. Grotesque vultures looming in the skies with wrinkled, rotting skin. It was a scene right out of hell. Yet this young man was laughing. Had he lost his mind? Lionel's blood rushed through his veins. He felt his bronze runes flicking into and out of existence. He could hardly control himself. Lionel's eyes were like hawks. He automatically locked onto 3 demon lords in the distance. One was a massive minotaur carrying a bloodied axe. The tips of its horns were a deep obsidian black, making it look as though it had been dripped in poison continuously. The second was a skeleton with blue flames for eyes. It wore a ragged black robe that couldn't hide the chains around its ankles and wrists. At the end of its chains, there were massive heavy balls of black steel. Their weight were so substantial that they left long, deep trenches in the ground as the skeleton walked forward. The last was a zombie with rotting greenish-gray skin. It wore nothing but a torn beast cloth to protect its groin. As for the rest of it, it was completely exposed. Lionel could even see the lines of muscle fibers beneath its shedding skin. However, instead of these muscles being a healthy pink, they looked completely washed out to the point of nearly being white, as though this zombie had not an ounce of blood left in its body. Despite their grotesque appearance, Lionel could feel that their auras were billowing into the skies. They weren't as powerful as Lamorak or Lancelot, but the difference wasn't so large either. The more Lionel looked toward them, the greater the thumping of his heart became. Eventually, his heartbeat became so loud that those beside him could hear it. It felt as though his heart would leap from his chest any moment now. Lionel's aura towered into the skies. As though competing with the 3 demon lords before it, it shot into the rumbling black clouds above, even dispersing the ever-falling rain for just a moment. Lionel could feel it. If he didn't step forward now, his blood would run in reverse. This feeling, he couldn't hold it down anymore. Military law? He simply didn't care. Several eyes landed on Lionel. Some were friendly, and others were from the enemy army. However, he didn't have eyes for any of them. The blood surged throughout Lionel's body. It churned and spun, shooting into his chest. His lungs expanded, a mighty roar that seemed to drown out everything erupting from within him. A blinding light lit Lionel's eyes. By the time they dimmed, his eyes reflected a beautiful violet tinged with just the slightest hint of red. Then, he leapt from the walls of the fort. Chapter 243. Lionel tore through the skies, treading through the air with 2 steps that sent him flying forward several hundred meters. Before anyone could react, he had already landed in the no-man's land between the 2 armies. Lionel had no idea what was going on around him. He could hear anything but the blood rushing through his ears. He couldn't feel anything but the wild thumping of his heart. He couldn't see anything but the endless stream of enemies before him. His mage robes were sheared apart under the pressure, revealing a toned torso pulsing with blinding bronze runes and radiating a beautiful violet color. Lionel's palm flipped over, a spear appearing in it as he shot forward. Rising pillar. The earth beneath his feet trembled, shooting up at an angle beneath Lionel's feet. A swirl of surging force surrounded Lionel as he formed the magic art, using pillar that manifested beneath him to fly forward at ever faster speeds. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the first line of monsters, demons, and ghouls. Compared to the army, he seemed like an insignificant ant. Yet, even the demons who didn't know fear or pain felt their chests being pressed down by an undying pressure. Bang! The earth before Lionel surged upward, forming a massive wedge that slammed into the front of the demon army. Shattered bodies flew out from the point of impact like broken kites. Their desecrated corpses paved a bloody path for Lionel to step forward. Lionel's piercing violet red eyes shone forth like 2 impossible-to-stop beams. He became the only light in this bleak land, a halo of bronze-violet light hanging above his head. Grand gravity warp. The earth beneath Lionel's feet sunk down by several inches. An invisible weight descended from the skies, crushing the bodies of every demon within tens of meters of him. Lionel shot into the army, his spear leaving trailing snakes of sharp air in its wake. In the distance, those of Camelot's army finally reacted to what they were seeing. Leonis' expression changed several times. "This madman, Prince, are you seeing what I'm seeing?" As a light magus, Leonis obviously didn't have a squad of mages to join like Lionel had. His job was to go to the places of the battlefield where he was needed. As a result, he had a security detail of his own and had separated from Lionel. At that moment, Mary was speechless watching Lionel. They all felt that Lionel had lost his mind. They had seen many weird reactions to stepping on the battlefield for the first time. Some vomited, others cowered in fear, some couldn't stop the shaking of their limbs, and others even tried to abandon the battle entirely. But, charging headlong into battle, this was the first time they had ever seen such a thing. Lancelot sat on his war horse with a stunned expression. In all his years, this was the first time he had seen such a thing as well. The truth was that such actions by Lionel were enough to be punished by military law, maybe even death. Breaking rank and doing as one pleased wasn't the way of the army. This wasn't only the case on Earth, but clearly also the case in this mythological zone. However, though Earth and this zone were similar, they were different in one aspect: the importance of strength. Who dared to reprimand Lionel? Even if Lancelot had the strength to do so, would he? Was it worth it? At that moment, Lancelot boisterously laughed into the skies. The gold and silver lance that hung to his sides rose in his hands. He pointed it forward, drawing an invisible line between himself and the army before them. "You see that, men? Even a rookie is so eager. We won't lose out to him, will we?" His roar pierced through the veil above. The rumbling hooves of war horses and the sound of weapons clanging against armor shot through the battlefield. The aura of Camelot's army rose. As though trying to match Lionel's energy, it melded with his momentum, suppressing the demons to an extreme. "Charge!" Lancelot's words fell, and a sea of knights shot forward. The front hooves of their steeds rose, trampling the ground beneath them with impunity. To his side, the snake-eyed man watched on with a curious gaze. He looked toward Lionel's back as though it was right in front of him. From his position, he could see every defined muscle of Lionel's back, every sharp, perfectly formed bronze rune, and even saw the beads of sweat perspiring from him. Interesting, the two long swords to his side trembled as though feeling excited. They cried out as though they were wishing for blood too. Without another moment of waiting, he too shot forward. In the front of it all, Lionel had no idea how he had affected the army to his back. He controlled the earth beneath his feet like a god of war and wielded his spear like the call of a reaper. His movements were like fluid water, his steps carrying an enigmatic air to them that made it seem as though all his enemies were walking into their deaths of their own volition. Surprisingly, aside from their gazes being aimed toward him, the demon lords didn't make any other action toward Lionel. One would think that they would go all out to snuff out his momentum, but they didn't seem to care to do so. They looked on with complete indifference. However, they suddenly frowned when Lionel's gaze met their own because his gaze, too, was indifferent. He didn't see them as demon lords. He saw them as enemies he needed to cut down to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling in his heart. They were his outlet to vent, nothing more, nothing less. At that moment, the other high rankers of the demon army began to move. Demon lords might have been the highest standard, but beneath them there were still demon soldiers, demon captains, and demon generals. Why should their demon lord be the first to step up just to deal with a small fry ant of a human? For someone like Lionel, a demon captain was more than enough. Feeling very confident in himself, a wolf man standing on its two strong hind legs shot toward Lionel. A rotting tongue hung out of its mouth, grotesque saliva dripping downward as it dreamed about Lionel's tender flesh. However, it had hardly begun to target Lionel when a spear appeared before it, piercing through its tongue, mouth, and through the back of its head. Like that, a demon captain fell no differently from a rabid dog. Finally, the demon generals were stirred. Chapter 244. What a boisterous kid. Since when did my demon army become so easy to bully? A demon general with empty sockets flickering with a green flame sneered. If it wasn't for this feature, he would look completely like a normal human male of average appearance. But with it, it couldn't be more clear that he was a demon with a sinister temperament. The green flame demon general stepped toward Lionel, two scimitars twirling in his hands. At that moment, Camelot's army met the demons, their clash ringing throughout the battlefield. Rain continued to drizzle, the clouds above seemingly becoming denser and blacker with each passing moment. Yet, Lionel didn't seem to notice anything at all. Even the several demon generals coming toward him were nothing more than another reflection in his mind. The raging torrent of his blood flowed quicker with each passing moment. His skin reddened, causing a light steam to rise from his body beneath the cool atmosphere. Die! Two scimitars crossed across Lionel's neck, seemingly trying to sever his head from his shoulders from two directions at once. Lionel's mind was exceptionally calm. It was as though he didn't realize his life was on the line. The green flame demon general sneered deeply, looking toward Lionel as though he was a dead man. But when he met the coldness of Lionel's violet-red eyes, he felt a shiver tear its way up his spine. Lionel's spear shot forward. Just when it seemed the scimitars would rip his head from his body, Lionel's spear, as though drawn on a perfect line, connected with the intersecting line of the two scimitars, repelling them both with a single strike. As the green flame demon general felt an unstoppable force surge up his arms, causing him to take several steps backward, he felt a deep fear take root in his heart. Using the tip of a spear to intercept two weapons at once. Just a single mistake would have meant Lionel losing his head. Just what level of character did he provoke? The green flame demon general immediately retreated by several steps. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Lionel on his own. If he didn't get help, he would only be rushing to his death. The demon general had expected that Lionel would press him, but he was stunned and then enraged by Lionel's next actions. As though he was air, Lionel didn't even pursue the demon general. He sent out several more piercing strikes of his spear, compressing Call of the Wind to an extreme. The green flame demon general could only watch as his soldiers fell one after another. Several demon generals began to swarm the area. It couldn't be helped. Lionel was a lone man too far gone from the true front line of Camelot's army. He was alone, swarmed by enemies from all sides. Things like formations, ranks, and military law were meaningless to demons. If they saw an opponent they wanted, even crossing from one side of the army to the other wasn't outside of reason to them. Even when they saw the green flame demon general suffer by a measure, it only lit their fighting spirit all the more. The green flame demon general tried to send attacks toward Lionel from a distance, hoping to slow down his murder spree. Sides of green force tore through the air, flying toward Lionel at unbelievable speeds. Yet, Lionel calmly sidestepped them all. It was as though he knew where they would land ahead of time and had already moved in the opposite direction. Lionel's general star abilities deepened with each passing day. Others would need several battles over decades for even the smallest improvement, but those were individuals without Lionel's ability. A movement theory like General Star was practically created for Lionel. Prince, this isn't good. This is Lionel's first battle. What is he going to do when his stamina runs dry? Fable asked with a bit of worry from Liona's side. They all knew how insane Lionel's stamina was, but they had been dropped into this battle right after a long day of trekking to this location. On top of that, Lionel probably didn't know, due to his lack of experience, that stamina ran out faster on the battlefield. All the adrenaline and nerves made one exceptionally tight, making them use more strength than they needed to. Battles of this level usually lasted at least a few hours. How could Lionel possibly last to the end? Lionis narrowed his eyes at these words. Everyone thought Lionel was being hot-headed. Even Lionis believed so. But for some reason, Lionis felt that Lionel just might give them a surprise. Lionis' gaze shifted to another part of the battlefield. He watched as a man with two long swords tore a path on a warhorse. His killing speed was even several levels beyond Lionel, though his opponents were a few levels weaker as well, since they were the fodder of the front line. For Lionel to appear now, of all times, is this a good or a bad thing? Lyona's thoughts didn't seem to have a thread that connected them. Thinking this while looking toward the man with snake eyes. Just what did it mean? However, even if Lionel knew of this, it was unlikely that he would care at this point. All he wanted was to battle, to satiate the raging, boiling blood in his veins. Parents, 17 demon generals have surrounded Lionel. Ellis practically shrieked. She had been nearly fanatical about Lionel ever since she found out his true status. Even after it came out that Lionel was actually a Earth child, Ellis realized that there were political machinations behind this. After all, she had been there that day. So, all this time she had been focused on Lionel despite the fact she was meant to be acting as a scout for Lyonis. When she saw such a thing, she couldn't help but pale. However, she had no idea that this was exactly what Lionel was waiting for. Demon General, Elite 7-star to 8-star threats. It will be several times more efficient to defeat many of them at once. The Green Flame Demon General was already enraged to the point of his chest bursting. When he saw so many converging toward Lionel, he felt that it was finally time for his revenge. None of the demon lords had good feelings toward one another. This was even more so for demon generals. That said, just because the Green Flame Demon General didn't like them, didn't mean he wasn't willing to use them to kill Lionel. However, this would be the second time Lionel's gaze met the green flames of the demon general. And once again, a cold shiver snaked up the latter's spine. Lionel didn't smirk, he didn't sneer, there wasn't even a light of satisfaction in his eyes. Yet, the demon generals still felt as though he was looking toward them from on high. They were nothing but stepping stones he could use to vent the discomfort in his heart. Grand Marshland, Lionel spoke calmly, but the surge of wind that wrapped around his body when these words fell made it feel as though a cyclone was forming in the middle of the battlefield. Chapter 245. The demon generals immediately realized that something was wrong. But by then, it was already too late. Aside from one that had bat-like wings, allowing her to soar into the skies and escape, the remaining 16 found themselves trapped. The cracked, gray lands of the battlefield suddenly became a land of soft, muddy earth. Their bodies sunk down to their ankles, slowing their movement speeds by several levels. Yet, Lionel remained completely unaffected. The immediate reaction of the demon generals was to use force to tread on the marshland just like they would on water. It was a seemingly easy solution that was right before them. As battle-hardened veterans, they had of course put their lives on the line countless times before. How could they not react quickly to such a dangerous situation? However, dreams were great while reality was cruel. This might have looked like a normal marshland, but if it was truly so easy to escape, how could it be worthy of being a 1-star Megasart? Shit, I can't escape. A large man with fur-covered skin and 2 large canine teeth that hung out from his mouth snarled. His square face distorted in fury. It was clear that he wasn't very intelligent, because seeing that he was having trouble gathering force to the soles of his feet, his solution was to forcefully use more. The more intelligent of the demon generals paled in despair. They realized now what was happening. This Grand Marshlands had a secondary function of acting like a sponge to force. No matter how hard they tried to gather force, it would be useless. In fact, if they acted like the square-faced fool, they would only deplete their reserves quicker. By this point, the demon generals were feeling incomparably aggrieved. Such a large crowd control spell should have taken a normal Earth mage at least 10 seconds to cast, even if they were very efficient in using it. However, not only did Lionel take less than 3, but the range was almost 50 meters, easily double what a normal mage should have been able to accomplish. Lionel didn't even spare these demon generals a glance. He looked up into the skies toward the female demon with bat wings. His left palm flipped over, revealing a long-barreled pistol with a harpoon fitted to it. Bang! The bat-winged demon general tried to swerve in the air, but the result was her wing being torn apart. She could only watch on in horror as she crashed into the marshlands below. She regretted not flying away at the first instant she could, But there was no medicine for such a feeling. Lionel shot forward, appearing before the raging, square-faced demon general. "Boy, he'll smash you to a pulp." The demon general raised his club above his head, already picturing the scene of Lionel being smashed into a blood mist. However, the instant he did, he realized that he was suddenly feeling lightheaded. Why did he feel so weak all of a sudden? In a second of distraction, a sharp pain ripped through his throat. He looked down in disbelief to find Lionel's spear being pulled out of his body. Even as the life faded from within him, he didn't realize that he only felt so weak due to his own stupidity. Lionel appeared before the bat-winged demon general in a flash, not stopping to admire his kill for even a moment. The latter was still sprawled on the damp ground. Though it had dulled the impact for her, it was also the reason she was even more stuck than the others were. She didn't even have the time to lift her head from the ground before Lionel's spear ran through her back, piercing her heart. Lionel flickered around the battlefield. Whether it was the demon generals or their subordinates that happened to get caught in the range of his spear, he showed no mercy. "Run!" The demon generals couldn't bother to stay any longer. The man was nothing more than a god of death. It felt like he was looking at them as though they were just numbers on a sheet, a tally to his success and nothing more. Unfortunately, was it really so easy to run from Lionel? Every earth spell Lionel cast carried a variance to it due to his mutated spirit pressure affinity. This variance was related to his metal synergy lineage factor. It naturally ingrained metals into all of his mage arts. This ability wasn't very useful for an ability like Grand Marshlands or Mud Pit. However, when it came to defense and attacking earth mage arts, Lionel's could be said to be double the strength of a normal cast without any exaggeration. There was another spell that got a boost as well, and that was Harden. The expanse of marshlands suddenly became solid land once again. A wild surge of winds whipped around Lionel. To use Harden on such a large scale was completely different than using it like he had previously on Mud Pit. However, to Lionel, he didn't feel that there was much of a difference at all. By now, in their struggle, the demon generals and other demons had already sunk down to the shins. And now, they suddenly found themselves completely trapped. It was a one-sided slaughter. Lionel shot through the 50-meter radius like a fluttering leaf dripping with blood. Every place he stopped would suddenly bloom a flower of crimson, reaping the life of another demon. The green flame demon general watched on with horror. He couldn't move even a single inch. Even now, he had no idea who Lionel was. He had thought that their demon army had information on all the great talents of Camelot. So, where the hell had this boy come from? He treated their lives like weeds. The green flame demon general had already lost count of all the atrocities he had committed. But, somehow before Lionel, he felt like an innocent child who didn't understand the world. A bitter chuckle left the demon general's lips as Lionel's spear finally found its way to him. It wasn't long before the green flames of his eyes waned and flickered out. The last sight he saw were Lionel's expressionless violet eyes. He seemed disappointed. Lionel ripped his spear from the demon general's skull. He looked down at the once beautiful spear, realizing that it was beaten and battered now. There were multiple chips on its common iron head, and its wooden body was chipped in several places. Ultimately, it was just a common weapon. It couldn't even be considered a Tier 1 black-grade treasure. It found it hard to resist Lionel's own strength, let alone those of his enemy. If it wasn't for Spear Domain's recovery feature and the protective shield provided by Lionel's spear force, it would have already broken down long ago. Lionel looked up. He noticed the look of fear the demons around him had. No, that was a bit inaccurate. They weren't around him because the entire 50-meter radius of him had been completely emptied out. Lionel stood there, a halo of violet bronze above his head and a crown etched onto his forehead. His bronze hair billowed in the wind, his piercing violet-red eyes seemingly tearing through the void. He was covered in blood of all colors from head to toe. It was hard to tell who the true demon was. Chapter 246. A shocked hush came over the battlefield. It wasn't that it was truly quiet. The clash of weapons, the cry of men, the stomping of hooves, they were all still there. However, there was a hard-to-describe stillness to the atmosphere. Lionel was deep within enemy territory, standing all alone. It should have been a dangerous situation. He should have been scratching and clawing just to keep his own life. Yet, the truth was that he stood all alone, the surrounding space around him littered with corpses. A deep breath sunk into Lionel's lungs. He felt his force nodes throbbing, recovering his stamina at unimaginable speeds. His stamina was already frightening after activating his nodes. He could only imagine what level it would reach once he formed his 9th and 10th. Bang! The ground Lionel stood on heavily shook. He looked up calmly from his thoughts to find the massive Minotaur demon lord standing before him, his bloodied axe leaving a massive fissure in the ground. In the distance, Lancelot frowned. He was still a distance from Lionel. There was nothing he could do about this. For one, Lionel had rushed forward first. Secondly, Lancelot couldn't be as free-spirited as Lionel. He had an army to lead. If he broke free and charged forward alone, it wouldn't have been impossible to already catch up with Lionel. However, as things stood now, it was impossible for him to abandon his men for one Lionel. At the same time, he was still greatly worried. Lionel was a great talent. It would be a massive blow to Camelot if he were to fall here. Though Lionel had been chopping down demon generals like weeds, it had to be said that demon lords had an average strength just marginally below that of the Knights of the Round Table and the Magi of Camelot. This was just their average strength. The top echelon of them didn't lose out to the best Camelot had to offer by much at all. In fact, aside from King Arthur, the top 3 Knights of the Round Table, and Pope Margrave, they were stronger than anything Camelot had to offer. Lancelot knew the 3 demon lords that had come this time. Though their abilities weren't so exaggerated, they weren't the worst of the demon lords either. They could be ranked within the middle echelons of the demon army. That was enough to be as strong as some of the weaker Magi and Knights of the Round Table. The Minotaur that just landed before Lionel was Demon Lord Gorgo. He was ranked 26th amongst the demon lords and had astounding power. How could Lancelot not be worried? Little baby boy, I've never met someone as eager to die as you. Lionel didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he couldn't hear Gorgo's words at all. The beating of his heart was growing wilder. His blood rushed through his veins like rushing tides. He felt as though a waterfall was crashing through his body, one capable of shattering rocks and drowning whales. It was to the point that even the demon lord before him could faintly hear it. Lionel brandished his spear. As though he didn't know fear, he looked up at the Minotaur that stood almost a full meter taller than him, his piercing violet-red eyes tearing through his veil of superiority with indifference. Gorgo laughed, his mouth spreading open to reveal 2 neat rows of pearly white teeth. They were so clear that Lionel could have even seen his own reflection should he have wanted to. However, this laughter wasn't jovial in the slightest. I don't like that look in your eyes, little baby boy. Why don't I gouge them out for you? Gorgo slowly raised his axe, his aura imposing and looming. Even compared to Lionel's own, it didn't seem to lose out in the slightest. But, after a moment, it became clear why. Gorgo's aura was an aggregation of killing intent. Lionel's own was nothing but an intense will toward competition. While it seemed Gorgo's matched Lionel's, this was only because of its sinister attribute. It made it more memorable. This was compared to Lionel's, which was a rich, steady stream. It was like comparing 2 dishes. One might have a potent smell to it, but it wouldn't necessarily taste better. However, the Minotaur didn't seem to realize any of this. In his mind, this was only right. How could his own aura lose out to this baby boy? He was a mighty demon lord. Ants like Lionel were destined to fall beneath his blade. At that moment, the battle axe reached its apex. Lionel's eyes narrowed, sweeping one of his feet backward to sink into a steady stance. SHU. The bloodied axe descended. It tore about the wind and left a whistling streak of air in its wake. seeking to tear Lionel in half. Lionel felt his heart thump. Countless calculations streamed through his mind. In the end, he found that dodging the strike was actually impossible. The strike seemed simple, but it actually cut off all paths of retreat. It felt like the blade was a void, sucking everything toward it without regard. It took Lionel only a moment to realize that this must be a special ability of the Minotaur. There shouldn't be abilities in this world, but that didn't mean that there weren't creatures born with special characteristics. Or in this case, demon lords who practice special force techniques. Without a choice, Lionel poured everything he had into his spear. Reinforce. Earthen armor. A violent wind surged around Lionel, quickly coalescing into scales of earth that formed a metallic sheen of armor around his arm and spear. Lionel's back and arm flexed, his bronze runes pulsing with life. He stabbed upward, meeting the descending axe without the slightest hint of fear. Lancelot's eyes widened. He had actually feared that Lionel wouldn't retreat. That would fall right into Gorgo's hands. But meeting him head-on was also not the greatest option either. Gorgo was simply too strong. Bang! Lionel's spear bent like a bow, his knees bending under the strain of the strike. Bang! The battle axe continued, but Lionel had taken advantage of the small delay to step outside its range, barely dodging the blade. Snap! Lionel's spear couldn't withstand the strain. Even after being protected by Lionel's magic, it snapped in two, one of its halves rebounding into the air and spinning wildly. Gorgo took several steps back. It might very well have been more had his axe not sliced against the ground, slowing his momentum. As though in shock, Gorgo looked toward his axe, then back toward Lionel, his gaze growing serious. The second half of Lionel's spear fell to the ground, not even having enough strength to pierce the earth. Lionel could only sigh. This spear was truly too weak, and he hadn't quite learned how to integrate his metal synergy with his spear force just yet. Little baby boy, it seems you have some skill, but what are you going to do without your weapon? Gorgo's sneer deepened as he slowly walked forward, regaining his calm. Lionel remained calm. It was as though he hadn't heard Gorgo's words at all. The rushing of his blood was only growing. That single strike, it wasn't enough. Lionel put the half that remained of his spear away, calmly tracing the band of his spatial bracelet in a somewhat absent-minded manner. Then, as though a magician, he pinched with 2 fingers, slowly pulling as a new spear manifested itself. The clang of rattling chains grated against the ear as a long, black polearm was pulled from Lionel's spatial bracelet. Though it was just an illusion of the mind, it felt as though it was endlessly long, as though there would never come a point where its pole stopped. However, soon, Lionel had pulled out completely. The chains around its black body continued to rattle. Even with its but remaining planet on the ground, it stood more than a head taller than Lionel, its flat, shimmering blade being almost 2 feet long alone. Lionel swept the spear forward, causing the banging of the chains to become even more grating. Even without touching the ground, its sharpness left an arc on the cracked land before Lionel, as though marking his territory. He looked up and met Gorgo's eyes. His gaze seemed to say all that needed to be said. Come. Chapter 247. Spear Domain. It was a treasure the likes of which only 3 others existed. It was a land of spears and spearmen that ruled over eras and generations. This was Spear Domain. After awakening his wisdom branch, Lionel's spirit skyrocketed. So, it was no surprise that the distance he could walk within Spear Domain had also, likewise, increased by a large measure. The hidden world of Spear Domain was separated into several peaks. In the beginning, Lionel thought that these were simply separations of weak to strong. But the truth wasn't so simple. To understand Spear Domain, one must understand the Spear Domain lineage factor. This bloodline allows one to pour all of one's skill into a single spear. No matter what abilities you have or gain, it becomes possible to perfectly integrate it into one spear force. This accumulative spear force becomes layered and slowly grows more and more powerful over time. Eventually, If one walks to the end of spear domain and reaches the highest peak, forming a spear that encompasses all, it will be possible to stand atop the universe. Therein lies the truth behind these peaks of spear domain. Every previous owner of spear domain would form a peak. The penultimate weapon of their lifetimes would be pierced into this peak, while all the spears surrounding the base of it represented all the styles and techniques they integrated into their own. The black spear in Lionel's hands now, the very one with dangling black chains clattering amidst a silent battlefield, was the spear of the first peak. The primitive woman and primitive man were both spears that could only surround the base of its peak. Gorgo felt his heart palpitate when his gaze landed on Lionel's spear. It felt like he was staring at the sovereign of an era, an impossibly tall mountain crashing down toward him. It was just the first peak of the smallest hill. In fact, Lionel counted that there were hundreds of hills within spear domain that shared the same height as the hill he pulled this spear from, and those were just the ones in his line of vision. Yet, even it was able to make Gorgo's knees go weak. This weapon, in the distance, the zombie demon lord locked eyes on Lionel's spear, his heart involuntarily palpitating. Greed lit his rotting eyes. Even with his status, he had never seen such a powerful weapon. In fact, he doubted that even Lord Modred's weapon could match the one in Lionel's hand right now. The black spear was a quasi-bronze treasure, just half a step away from becoming a true bronze treasure. It was no wonder others were reacting like this, but Lionel wasn't thinking about such things at all. He was entirely focused on the task at hand. The spear in his hand weighed just over 100 pounds. The amount of focus he needed to control, it was far more than any other weapon he had ever wielded before. However, at the same time, it made his blood boil endlessly. His mind flashed with the vision he saw when he touched this spear. Unlike the other two spears he had touched, he didn't get sent to witness a life moment of the owner. Instead, he found himself in a world of darkness, a perpetual pressure weighing down on him from all sides. Lionel knew that he hadn't grasped even a single % of what that world of darkness wanted to portray to him. He also knew that it was his fault for this as well. After all, he skipped over all of the spears that were meant to form the foundation to truly understand the weapon in his hands. The smart thing to do would be to slowly build up his understanding by comprehending all the spears around the base of the spear's peak. However, the current Lionel just couldn't wait. He could always go back to thoroughly understand those spears. But this battle, he wanted to fight it now. Lionel shot forward, the piercing strikes of his spear casting a net of black toward Gorgo. The chains on its body danced, lashing out like whips and poisonous snakes. Gorgo felt a palpable pressure descend onto him. He struck out on reflex, hoping to send Lionel back, but the result left him horrified. Bang, bang, bang. Axe and spear met time and time again. With each strike, Gorgo felt his arms go numb. It was as though a hammer was smashing into his body continuously. His organs shook, his bones quaked, even the blood vessels in his eyes popped. He was losing in strength. The only thing that kept him going was the idea that Lionel should be worse off. After all, he was a human. How could his body compare to a mighty demon minotaur's? Unfortunately, reality was cruel. In the past several weeks, Lionel's body had already reached the standard of a weak third-dimension metal. With his runes activated, trying to harm him was just like trying to cut apart an unrefined ore. The first stage of refining his metal body was separated by the dimensions. Within the third dimension, the tiers were separated into weak, standard, strong, superior, and perfect. Only by opening the 8th door would one be able to reach the superior standing, and only those that opened the 9th would be able to reach perfection. However, even the weakest weak standing was enough to drive an opponent mad. While Gorgo's body felt as though it might break down at any moment, Lionel only felt slightly numb. Only the weakest parts of his body, like his wrists and ankles, felt any real discomfort. In Lionel's current state, wielding a heavy weapon like his black spear couldn't have felt any better. Gorgo shrunk back, completely deactivating his void force. Usually, others would try to run from him, so his suction technique was a death sentence to all. Yet, now, it was nothing but a detriment to himself. His heart sank when he saw the chips and cracking of the axe in his hand. Was the difference between their weapons really so great? He felt that in just a few more strikes, the companion that had followed him for so many decades would meet its end right here. Damn it, Gorgo shouted in his mind. How had he been so unlucky to come across such an abnormal little baby boy? Even the weapon he wielded was heavier than his own. Suddenly, Lionel's spear tip shook, a faint light coating its surface. Gorgo's expression changed. Reacting quickly, he used his axe to protect his chest. PCHU. Crack. A pain trembled Gorgo's heart. He watched as Lionel's spear embedded itself into his axe. Though it didn't pass all the way through, such a crack meant the end of a weapon. Gorgo explosively retreated beneath the shocked gazes of the armies around. Others may not know it, but after today they surely would. The reason Lionel lost so badly to Lamorak wasn't just because of his crystallized force, but also because his weapon couldn't hold a candle to the Grand Knights. Though Lionel would have still lost had he had the spear back then, it wouldn't have been so quickly. And now that he had begun to crystallize his own force and had such a weapon in hand, he had no intention of losing to the demon lord before him. Boy, he'll go all out with you. A dense black force erupted around Gorgo. It felt as though his body had become the center of a black hole, causing everything to surge toward him. Wind whipped around wildly. If it wasn't for the fact Lionel was holding such a heavy spear, he might have been sent flying toward the Minotaur demon lord as well. Lionel's eyes shone. This must be a knight technique of this world. Chapter 248. Lionel was just one person. With his ability, he was able to split his mind and study many things at once. But even then, he only had one body. There were only so many things he could do at once. In truth, he was already lucky to have set aside some time to gain the acknowledgement of the spear in his hand currently. He still remembered the feeling of his soul shearing apart beneath its presence, however. No matter how much of an advantage his ability gave him, he couldn't master everything. To now, he had mastered all the abilities the Mage Academy had to offer him in terms of mage arts. But he still hadn't had time to study the path of knights. Seeing Gorgo explode like this before him, it reaffirmed his will to dig up all the secrets of this world. What remained of Lionel's robes billowed beneath the wind. He could already feel his arms slightly aching beneath the pressure. This wasn't due to Gorgo's strikes, but rather because he wasn't used to using such a heavy weapon. To the current Lionel, lifting 100 pounds wasn't a problem. In fact, this was simple even for an average male. However, lifting a weight and using a weapon of such heft were two completely different concepts. Bang! Gorgo's armor cracked and shattered into several pieces, spiraling into every which direction like the shrapnel of a grenade. His bulging muscles flexed beneath the influx of energy surging toward him, veins of pumping blood racing across his skin like crimson serpents. He raised his axe into the air, but his target wasn't Lionel at all. Instead, he slammed the flat of the blade over his knee, shattering the blade along the line of the damage Lionel had caused. The resulting weapon was sinister beyond belief. The irregular, jagged edge looked like the jaws of a demon bearing down from above. Shoo! The axe left trails of sliced wind in its path as it descended. Its irregular edge caused the air to bend and twist, making it sound as though a ghastly flute was being blown. Lionel's gaze burned with fighting intent. His spear force coated the 2-foot-long flat blade of his spear as he pierced forward without regard. Bang! 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 The blood in Lionel's body rolled with every collision. It was clear to anyone observing that Lionel had greater strength and that even his movement was a measure better. However, his technique was simply too lacking. Every strike of Gorgo seemed to contain a mysterious air to it. His strikes uniquely flowed from one stance to another, achieving a smooth resonance that allowed him to lose himself in battle. However, Lionel's movements lacked variation. He continuously calculated and responded with a strong pierce again and again, but this was all. He could only rely on his ability to make up for his lack of skill, but against a truly strong enemy, such a thing would be useless. Like this, Gorgo and Lionel fell into a stalemate, neither one gaining an advantage over the other. And, with Gorgo's weapon having been broken once before, breaking it again after it shrunk in size was several levels more difficult. In the distance, Lancelot was beginning to grow worried, even more so than he had been before. This boy, doesn't he know that a spear can do more than pierce? How could Lancelot know that all of Lionel's skill came from the primitive man and woman? The primitive man only taught him how to bring out the full potential of his body with every strike, but the primitive woman's fighting technique was entirely reliant on a piercing motion. The primitive woman's spear had a modified blade in the shape of a prism. This made its piercing power incredibly strong, almost like the stinger of a bee, but as a result, it lost its ability to perform the other kinds of strikes. Due to his inexperience, Lionel took a battle that he most assuredly should have won and turned it into a struggle. Even still, Lionel didn't take a single step back. In fact, his indifferent expression began to crack, shimmering with hints of happiness. His eyes grew more focused. Ignoring the aching of his arms, he pierced forward again and again as though he didn't know fatigue. Just when Lionel was about to lose himself in battle, he frowned. An instinct that came from the depths of his heart suddenly trembled. Lionel didn't need to look to know what happened. His internal sight was too sharp. He felt the eyes of the two demon lords locked onto him. The sudden feeling was almost as though his head had been dunked into a vat of ice and water. He had almost forgotten that he was on a battlefield. Venting his frustration was fine, but burning himself out to the point of running on empty would be like asking for death. My spearmanship is too lacking. I need to absorb the experiences of more of the spears surrounding the base of this peak spear. Lionel took a deep breath. With his fatigue growing, his rolling blood was also losing its control over him. Even the violet red of his eyes began to slowly fade. Others could sense this. In fact, the sharpness of the two remaining demon lords grew. The only demon lord that wasn't inwardly celebrating was Gorgo. How could he? His state was even sorrier than Lionel's. However, Lionel wasn't worried. His body might have reached its limit, but his ethereal glabella was still filled to the brim with soul force. I should end this. Grand gravity warp. Layering arts. Demon Lord Gorgo was caught completely off guard. He had completely forgotten that Lionel was a mage. Or maybe he hadn't forgotten, but maybe had assumed that Lionel's magic fell far short of his spearmanship. However, reality was cruel. Reaching the end of his stamina, Gorgo's legs trembled and he heavily fell to his knees. His axe failed to block Lionel's following spear strike, causing his collarbone to be run through completely. Lionel's spear force was so sharp that an invisible blade ran through the Minotaur's body, exiting his shoulder blade and running through the ground behind his kneeling figure. The zombie and skeleton demon lord were stunned by this sudden change of events. They had just been waiting for an opportune time strike. How had the situation reversed so suddenly? At that moment, having used Lionel's forward momentum to their benefit, Camelot's army had already cut down a large portion of the demon army. Before, it would have been worth it to take advantage of Lionel's situation. But if Lionel still had so much strength left to fight, it was simply impossible to try and benefit now. With a placid expression, the zombie demon lord signaled with his hand, causing loud, blaring horns to sound. Like a tide, the demons began to retreat, not sparing a glance toward Gorgo, who had yet to breathe his last breath. Chapter 249. A little baby boy actually dares to hold back while fighting me. Gorgo coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his once pearly white teeth becoming covered in a sheen of crimson. Lionel's gaze met the Minotaur demon lords. Although Gorgo was on his knees now, he was so tall to begin with that Lionel could only look him in the eye. It wasn't that Lionel was looking down on Gorgo. It was rather that Lionel himself was too strong. Because of this, his actual fighting prowess had stagnated. During his studies in the Mage Academy, Lionel had learned a lot. His dreamscape was filled to the brim with mage textbooks and manuals of all kinds. But if he were to separate them into groups and point out which had the largest percentage of theories written about it, there was no doubt in his mind that it would be battle sense. To a mage, there were things more important than how many spells you knew and how powerful your spells were. What stood above that was timing, situation, and execution. Every mage art took time to cast. When a mage art was ultimately cast, it would impact the environment and change the situation around the next mage art. And every mage art took a good portion of one's spirit pressure to cast. Ultimately, between knights and mages, mages were particularly worried about battle sense and efficiency. If one had poor battle sense, it was very possible for a weaker mage to defeat a stronger one. How a mage economized their spirit pressure, how they prepared spells in battle, building up with short casts to longer ones, and even down to the angles to which they pointed their wands were all important aspects of battle sense. This realization ingrained one thing in Lionel's mind. He was still too weak. Before, he hadn't realized how much of a grip this thought had on his heart, until he realized just how much his loss to Lamorak had affected him. But now, he couldn't have been more clear. To the current Lionel, defeating Gorgo by relying on his combination mage and spearman abilities held no meaning. The only reason he resorted to it in those final moments was because he felt that if he continued, his life would be in jeopardy. This was maybe the first time in his life that Lionel was truly faced with his own weakness. He couldn't help but have thoughts of what would happen to him if he was less talented. Such a thing left him feeling greatly uncomfortable in his heart. It was an emotion he didn't quite understand how to reconcile with. Lionel's spear pulled out from Gorgo's collarbone and struck down again. This time, he pierced his heart. As Gorgo's life faded, so too did Lionel's blazing aura. His runes dimmed and sunk into his skin, and his violet-red eyes slowly faded to its usual pale green. A wave of fatigue overwhelmed Lionel. His breathing couldn't help but grow heavy. He was only barely able to counter the side effects of his metal synergy lineage factor after reaching the weak state. But his body still felt heavy. Of course, it also didn't help that his new weapon was over 100 pounds either. My force and soul force are still at over 70% capacity, yet my body can't keep up. Lionel frowned. He felt like a headless chicken. He was always coming up with issues he could work on, but he never had a perfect solution for any of them. He needed more knowledge. The Mage Academy had a limited amount of information on matters related to the body, but the Knight Academy should be different. Lionel turned around to hear the stomping hooves of a band of horses. The first sight he saw was Lancelot's stern face, carrying a lance bloodied by battle. Lionel smiled somewhat bitterly. He didn't have much experience in battle, but it was pretty much common knowledge that rules and regulations were extremely important on the battlefield. He had acted without regard for consequences earlier, but that didn't mean that there wouldn't be any. However, Lionel wasn't stupid either. Mages were a special circumstance. Usually, the more powerful a mage, the less restricted they were by the rules of the army. For example, Leonis, as a light mage, traveled around the battlefield to where he was needed. So, Lionel wasn't too worried about punishment. It was just that he fought too much like a knight, so it was easy for those watching to forget he was a mage. Lancelot saw Lionel's calm expression, and his lip couldn't help but twitch. This boy, couldn't he at least pretend to be afraid? Though Lancelot thought this, and even tried to think of ways to make Lionel suffer a small loss, he soon remembered that he actually didn't have any power to punish Lionel. This feeling left him quite stifled. In truth, he was thankful to Lionel. Though he was confident that they would have won the battle anyway, it most definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Demons were different from humans. Their population of warriors was far higher despite the fact the overall population of humans outstripped them. As a result, they were uncaring about casualties and usually attacked in waves, whittling down their stamina for weeks and months on end. Due to this, the demons had an overall losing record against humans, but in the grand scheme, it was actually humans who were on the losing end. Something like winning with so few casualties, and even taking down a demon lord at the same time, was of great benefit to Camelot. Just as Lancelot was thinking of how to deal with Lionel without appearing too weak and forgiving, a scout suddenly rushed to the front line. "Sir Lancelot, urgent tidings." "HM?" Lancelot frowned. They just finished a several-hour-long battle. What could it possibly be now? "Speak," Lancelot finally said. The messenger looked toward Lionel and hesitated. The other knights around Lancelot were his respected guards. No commander would enter a battlefield alone. They would always have death guard around them. The first priority of these death guards was to ensure the safety of the commander. This was all to say that while it was all right for such trusted subordinates to hear this message, Lionel was an unknown factor. The scout's hesitancy just went to show how important the message was. "It's all right, speak." The scout took a deep breath. "I come from a number 15 small barack just northwest of here. We've been overrun by demons and are seeking assistance." Lancelot frowned. "Sir Lancelot, Sir Lancelot." The information from the first scout hadn't even settled in before another messenger suddenly crossed onto the battlefield. A bad premonition suddenly struck the knight of the Round Table. Chapter 250. In the border region, the forts were separated into small and large barracks. There were a total of 99 small barracks and 9 large barracks. All small barracks were headed by 3-star Grand Knights, while all large barracks were headed by Knights of the Round Table in shifts. With this sort of setup, it was obvious that every large barack had 11 small barracks under their charge. However, what Lancelot could have never expected was for 6 of his small barracks to suddenly come out and ask for help like this. Lancelot frowned. He had thought that the demons retreated a bit too easily. Though Lionel was putting a lot of pressure on them, it was also obvious that Lionel had been reaching the end of his rope. On top of that, they allowed one of the demon lords to die too easily. Unless Lancelot's heart trembled. Others might not know why the demon lords were insistent on keeping their numbers at 66, but Lancelot was very much aware. Lionel had explained it to Lionel perfunctorily, but how could such a thing not have a deep, underlying reason for it? The truth was that, just like paladins of Pope Margrave, much of the strength of the demon lords were gained directly from Modred. The balance of this shared power was perfect when there were 66 of them. However, when there was an additional demon lord, that balance would be lost. This wasn't as simple as there not being enough darkness internal strength. Modred's power was beyond imagining. If the Pope could have hundreds of paladins, it obviously wasn't a problem for Modred to have hundreds of demon lords. The issue lied in the properties of dark internal strength, or rather, in the property of Modred's dark internal strength. This kind of internal strength was exceptionally volatile and difficult to control. In addition, it had a negative influence on one's ethereal glabella, and by extension, one's soul force. As a result, whenever there was an imbalance in demon lords, their strength took a dive as a collective. That was right. Demon Lord Gorgo was about 10% weaker than his peak form when he was fighting Lionel for this very reason. One might ask then, why would Lancelot allow Lionel to kill Gorgo then? Wouldn't it benefit Camelot if this imbalance continued? Well, the answer to that was obvious. What use would there be if Camelot went out of their way to not kill demon lords just to keep this imbalance? It might have been possible to capture and imprison Gorgo today, but would it always be so simple? Demon lords weren't stupid, and things also weren't so straightforward either. For one, Mordred could dispel the powers of a demon lord whenever she so wished. Even if Gorgo was captured, if the demon army came to be at a disadvantage, Mordred could easily snatch Gorgo's strength from a distance. Secondly, even if Camelot went out of their way to capture and not kill demon lords, these were demons they were talking about. Why wouldn't they just kill amongst themselves until their numbers were balanced once again? Before, Lionel had silently thought that this all-out attack and this chaos was exactly what Modred wanted, and he was likely correct. Even if Modred protected the newly appointed demon lord, if the demon lords were so eager for balance, Couldn't they just kill one another? Yet instead of simply picking a new target, the demons chose to launch an all-out offensive against Camelot. If Lancelot's thoughts were correct, then it was very likely that his large barracks weren't the only ones to receive so many SOS calls at once. It may be that the entire border region was lit with flames of war. When his trail of thoughts reached this point, Lancelot sucked in a cold breath. Was Modred really prepared to act again after so many years? Last time she acted, a hint of pain flashed by through Lancelot's gaze. It wasn't a pain of the flesh, but rather one of the heart. It seemed that whatever memories he was thinking of deeply scarred him. Lionel didn't know about any of this insider information. He only watched silently as Lancelot's expression changed several times. He thought himself to be good at reading human emotion, but whatever Lancelot was thinking of was way beyond his means to comprehend. After a while, Lancelot took in a deep breath. Alec, Pierce, Bran, Ahmad, Jeffroy, Hammond, you'll lead your troops to support the small barracks. Lionel's eyes couldn't help but flicker toward Pierce. He was the very same man who had two exceptionally long swords strapped to the sides of his horse. Lionel had paid a small bit of attention toward him during the battle. His skill could only be described as frightening. Originally, Lionel had thought him to be one of the Knights of the Round Table as well. But by his name, it was obvious that he wasn't. Who is he exactly? Lionel had no idea. Lancelot continued to give out orders. You scouts will second messages back to the remaining small barracks. Have them all retreat back here. I have a feeling that things won't end so simply. Also, someone call our beast mage here. Have him send out several hawks to the other large barracks. Inform them of my decision. A beast mage, from Lionel's readings, was a mage without affinity. They were essentially a mental mage, just like Ellis, except they focused on mental manipulation magic that worked on low-intelligence creatures. Their strength wasn't very great, so they were often restricted to roles much like the order Lancelot just gave out. As for the rest of you, rest and prepare for battle. The two remaining enemies we face are Demon Lord Dagon and Coyote. Dagon is famous for his night raids. This isn't the time to let our guards down. A heavy expression colored Lancelot's features. Demon Lord Dagon was the skeleton demon with prisoner steel balls strapped to his wrists and ankles. While Gorgo had been ranked in the low 20s, he had broken into the top 20. However, Demon Lord Coyote was even more mysterious. While Lancelot had some information about Dagon's tendencies, he knew next to nothing about Coyote, the zombie demon lord. Whether it was his strength or personality, they were all just mere guesses. Lancelot had a feeling that the reason they retreated so easily was to divert his attention to the small barracks. Now that half of their forces had to leave, their situation during the next battle could be imagined. Lionel calmly watched this from start to finish, his mind as placid as a calm lake. Chapter 251. Lionel entered the abode setting of the segmented cube. Without much thought, he made his way to the bathhouse and dove into a serene pool of water. The soothing waters felt so good that a moan almost escaped his lips. Lionel floated in the waters, looking up at the beautifully crafted ceilings of the bathhouse. Whoever it was who constructed this treasure was a true genius. Lionel could hardly make crafts with 5 or so parts. He couldn't imagine the number needed to make a treasure of this level. In truth, Lionel was quite used to the aches of his body. He was a student athlete, after all. Compared to others, he was far more ready for this new world order. He had always been in tip-top shape. But being a good sprinter didn't mean you were a good long-distance runner. And being a good long-distance runner didn't mean you could run the 400-meter race. There were different aspects to being an athlete, and not all forms of endurance were the same. Lionel thought himself to be a great athlete, but a single battle had completely shredded his body. The good news was that Lionel felt that just an hour or two would be enough to recover thanks to this pool. The bad news was that he wouldn't always have time to recover. Lionel activated the nodes in the walls of his heart. His heartbeat quickened, causing the run of blood throughout his body to accelerate, thus speeding up his recovery process. The blood was exceptionally important to recovery. Whenever one was injured, it would be the first responder in every case. This was the reason why bruises swelled and torn muscles reddened. After opening his 7th and 8th nodes, Lionel gained access to this ability. It should be safe in here, Lionel thought to himself. Minor heal. A rush of wind surrounded Lionel, and a soft glow of light enveloped his body. In just a few minutes, Lionel's body recovered to its peak state. Since he could recover so quickly, there was no need to wait. This situation was too dangerous to waste time in. Interesting, Lionel felt that his strength ticked up by a measure. In addition, his body also more thoroughly absorbed the herb or essence he had been refining. So if I break down my muscles and use Minor Heal on them, I could train faster. Minor Heal was actually a 1-star Magus art despite its humble title. It was because of his ability to cast this that Leonis was so valued. If the prince knew that Lionel thought to use it just to enhance his training speed, who knows how he would react? My mind is erratic and all over the place. Lionel stood up from the bath, cleaning himself off and putting on another robe. He didn't like the style of dress of this world very much, but he had no choice. I need a focus, a plan, a goal. If I keep going like this, I'll aimlessly wander around and fail to live up to my potential. In Lionel's life, there had never really been anything in his control. His profession was chosen for him, his meal plans and training schedule was set out for him, and he never truly figured out what he wanted to do in life. It was no wonder he seemed to be going on aimlessly. This was the first time he had no choice but to take charge. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of information, but he realized after battle today that this wasn't good enough. It was all right that he wanted to learn everything he could about this world, but what would he do with that information? How would he execute with this new knowledge? What goal was he trying to reach? The feeling he had before the battle begun, that stifling feeling that made him feel uncomfortable to the depths of his soul. It was the first time Lionel grasped on something he wanted for himself. This wasn't about his father. This wasn't about Aina. This was something that Lionel Morales, wanted for himself. If he couldn't beat Lamorak into the ground, he would never feel at ease. Lionel entered the lab setting. In this world, he had always had to be exceptionally careful about using the segmented cube, so he had rarely entered it. If it wasn't because the large barracks were in turmoil, preparing for war, and as such had no time to mind him, he wouldn't have dared to even now. Lionel cast a glance toward the snow globes and frowned. Something feels off about this atmosphere. After a moment, Lionel realized what it was. There was a density of dark elemental force in the air. Understanding this, Lionel didn't pay it any more mind. The border region had a higher concentration of this energy. It wasn't surprising that the segmented cube, which was always absorbing and purifying force for Lionel's use, would react in this way to such an environment. Lionel sat at his crafting table. The more time he spent near it, the more he realized that this odd desk with different sized wells on it was most definitely a treasure in its own right. But Lionel hadn't quite reached a level where he could dig out its secrets. What I need is a focused structure. I've already learned all I can about mage arts. The only thing holding me back in that regard is the crystallization of my spirit pressure. Though Lionel could cast Magus arts now, their power was lacking in comparison to true magi. This wasn't something he could fix in a short time. After all, magi spend decades meditating to crystallize their spirit pressure. It was something only time could do. Of course, Lionel's meditation was far more beneficial than one might expect. He suspected that it would only take a year or two to crystallize his spirit to an extreme. Once that happened, his combat prowess would be enough to run through this world unimpeded. As such, Lionel made a decision. After awakening the wisdom branch, I could split my mind 6 ways. After crystallizing my soul force a bit, I can do so 8 ways now. It'll save one to focus on meditation. As for the remaining 7, Lionel crossed his legs and closed his eyes. He used one of his 8 minds to meditate, another to monitor the situation outside the segmented cube, and as for the remaining 6, he sent them all into the spear domain. Lionel's mind appeared within the dark world. Rolling clouds, thunders above his head, and pale black-gray earth crunched beneath his feet. At this moment, he stood at the peak of a large hill, a familiar black spear wrapped in chain before him. The immediate surroundings of this spear was empty. As though showing reverence to its superiority, the other spears that dotted this hill were at least 3 meters away. This was the first peak of spear domain that Lionel had conquered. But he knew he hadn't done so correctly. One spirit was only meant to be auxiliary in this world. The main strength should have been his spear force. If it wasn't for his awakening his snowy star owl lineage factor, Lionel would have no right to stand in this place, and the spear before him seemed to understand this as well. This standoffishness placed a veil between Lionel and the spear, making it more difficult for him to comprehend the secrets surrounding it. Lionel smiled lightly. "You're quite an arrogant spear. There are hundreds on your level in this world, yet you still have such pride." As though hearing the taunting nature of Lionel's words, the spear vibrated slightly, but didn't do much else. It was as though it disdained to respond. But Lionel didn't mind. There are 2,879 spears that make up the foundation for your spear domain. They'll start at the bottom, just like you want me to. It won't be long before you become obedient. With a thought, Lionel sent his mind toward the spears around the bottom of his spear peak, grasping out its 6 simultaneously. At that moment, he entered 6 different worlds and experienced 6 different lives. Chapter 252. The location was dark. It was difficult even to see one's hand, even if it was placed before one's eye. Up above, the place the moon should have been was completely shrouded by dark clouds that rumbled every so often. However, even this rumbling couldn't mask the heavy breathing that pervaded the atmosphere. At that moment, a group of men and women ran with everything they had. But their speed was slow. Whether it was because of the disadvantageous terrain or the fact they were at the end of their ropes, both were reasons. The group of 30 or so wore bits of torn linen covered in dirt and mud. It was impossible for fugitives to appear in the border region. The only explanation was that these few consciously chose to discard their armor. At that moment, one of them suddenly stumbled and fell. "Kid!" An older man snapped his head around, reaching beneath the arms of the fallen knight and pulling him up. He was the only one who stopped. It wasn't that the others were callous, but rather that they were under expressed orders not to. Jejejejejej. An eerie laughter caused the blood of the group to run cold. They dug deep, pulling all the reserve strength they had left to power forward. The forest they ran in could hardly be called as such. It looked as though a blazing fire had charred everything to ash. Let alone having canopies of greenery. The various trees didn't even have branches. They were made entirely of blackened and battered trunks. It was one of the roots of these godforsaken trees that had tripped the young knight. It was quite hilarious. Even as the young knight held back tears, unable to take his eyes off of the commanding officer who had come back to save him, he too found the humor in the situation. He, a dignified 3-star official knight, had been beaten and battered to the point of tripping and falling. Not only that, but he had actually fractured his ankle and couldn't even walk on his own anymore. "Captain, just leave me." "Shut up, kid. You know how many sacks of potatoes, twice your size, I've carried in my life to reach my current strength? You're as light as a feather. Don't look down on a grand knight, rookie." The young knight was speechless. In the end, he could only chuckle and shake his head. The eerie laughter only grew with each passing moment. And, despite the blustering of the captain, he was falling further and further behind the group ahead of him. At that moment, the captain felt a sharp wind assaulting his back. With his years of trained reflexes, he didn't even need to think before he jumped to the side. He had already reached a state of his mind and actions being as one. At this point, the captain knew that it was useless to keep running. With a shing, he unsheathed his long sword, setting down the young knight that hung next to his hip. "Keep running, kid. They'll hold these bastards back." The young knight clenched his teeth. Run? He probably could. If he used his force to reinforce his ankle, he could probably last another half hour. Such a skill was something he had learned as a mere apprentice knight. The only reason the older knight hadn't allowed him to do so was because their force was already running low. If used on such a technique, his likelihood of surviving would plummet with each passing moment. But he was completely unwilling. "We'll do it together, Captain." The young knight grit his teeth, his internal strength blooming and shielding the fracture in his foot. He pulled out his own sword, standing tall. The captain wanted to say something more, but the sharp wind of another arrow came forth. He stepped forward, his long sword arching beneath the night air. It became the only source of light in the darkness, drawing the arc of a beautiful crescent moon. Bang! The captain stumbled backward, his wrist quaking beneath the pressure. His expression couldn't help but change. How could an arrow have so much strength behind it? Just what was happening? Jejejejej. At that moment, a shadow slid out from the darkness. Even though it was just a few steps away from the pair, it was difficult to see it even now. However, after a moment, the captain quivered. Demon Lord. He didn't know who it was, nor did he need to know. All he needed was his years of experience to tell just how powerful the existence before him was. The young knight felt his heart seize. "Kid, I'm going to go all out. When I engage him, turn back and run as fast as you can. Don't stay here for some meaningless sacrifice." The old knight stepped forward. The means of a knight truly weren't few. Amongst them, there were even techniques that could be used to overdraw one's potential. It was precisely such a technique that the captain was planning on using now. He didn't give the young knight a chance to respond. His aura blazed, his arm bulging with muscles and wildly pulsing veins. In one motion, he hooked a hand behind the young knight, took a half spin, and sent him flying into the distance. Though he had been just blustering before, that didn't mean his words didn't have a kernel of truth to them. As a one-star Grand Knight, throwing 200 pounds a few dozen meters away wasn't a problem at all. However, what happened next left the captain stunned. Oof! The young knight should have been sent into the distance. But, just as he was passing between two trees, and before he could even pick up any true momentum, he rammed into something. "Hey, Captain, your aim needs a little help." A light, awkward cough sounded. The trouble was that the old knight didn't recognize the voice at all. At first, he shuddered. Was there another enemy he hadn't noticed? In this darkness, it truly was too difficult to see. But even then, shouldn't he have sensed an aura? Anyone who could utilize force had internal sight. It was a prerequisite. However, the internal sight of a knight was destined to be weaker than that of a mage. That said, as a Grand Knight, how could the internal sight of this captain be so weak to the point of missing someone just meters from him? That was impossible, unless this foe was just that much stronger than him. The captain felt a cold chill. He was already ready to die, but the direction he had thrown the young knight in was the direction the others had fled. Didn't that mean that this monstrous individual had already eliminated them all? And in that case, what was the point of his sacrifice? However, just when he was despairing, words that shocked him were spoken. "Who are you?" At that moment, the eerie laughter had come to a full stop. The shadow looked toward the voice that had caught the young knight as well for one simple reason. It too hadn't sensed another person until now. The sound of soft footsteps sounded as a young man vaguely came into view. To think all these light elemental luminescence arts would actually come in handy, the voice muttered to himself, his words completely lost beneath the rumbling of the dark clouds above. "Number 62 Demon Lord Malgrier, is it? Come taste my spear." Lionel grinned, the whites of his teeth shimmering beneath the night sky. Chapter 253. HM. Running away. My combat strength is still lacking. Lionel was a bit dissatisfied with his performance. In truth, he could have caught up with the Demon Lord had he truly wanted to. The main issue was that the mission he was assigned was to bring these escapees back with him. It had been about half a month since the battle at the large barracks. As Lancelot had feared, the demons had indeed begun a large-scale offensive. As a result, many of the small barracks had been taken out. Due to this, the knights and mages that had been posted at these small barracks were forced into retreating, leading to the situation here today. What was surprising, though, was that a demon lord had actually personally come to chase them. Lionel didn't know if this demon lord was just bored or if there was another reason. But he couldn't fathom a true reason why a demon lord would chase after a group of 30 or so like this. What was the point? Lionel looked back to find the old and young knight looking at him with incredulous expressions. How could they not be shocked? This was a demon lord they were talking about. Even battling one to a standstill was impressive, let alone forcing one into retreat. But from Lionel's words, it sounded like he wasn't satisfied with this. Let's go. We'll bring you out of here. Lionel put away an ordinary wooden spear, facing the two knights. Why, yes, the young knight managed to eke out. Compared to his captain, he was even more shocked. That was because he had been caught by Lionel earlier. According to common sense, being thrown with such force and stopping so abruptly should have hurt at least one of them, if not both. Even if Lionel's strength was beyond the point of allowing him to be hurt by such a thing, at the very least, he alone should have been hurt. Yet, not only did Lionel fully stop his momentum without issue, but neither of them were injured. In the moment, he only felt that he was enveloped by a soft force. Then, he came to a stop and was rested on the ground. Such a boundary of strength, he couldn't even comprehend it. There were no limit to knights that could stop his momentum and leave unscathed. But doing so while allowing him to remain uninjured at the same time, even his captain was nothing but an ant before these things. The young knight blankly followed behind Lionel, his mind lost in the clouds. Captain! A group of knights ahead sighed a breath of relief when they saw their captain return safely. Numerous thankful gazes landed on Lionel. There's no time right now. Lionel waved away their thank yous. It's highly likely that there will be more enemies coming. I've cast silence on our surroundings. Don't mind the noise you're making, just run with all you have. Lionel spoke quickly. Silence? Isn't that an immobile spell? But the way the senior is talking about it, it's as though it will follow us around. How is that possible? The young knight was dumbfounded. Though he was a knight, he had trained with mages many times before. After all, knights and mages needed to work together to defend the barracks. A common spell like silence that could be used by any official mage was definitely something he was familiar with. Lionel didn't bother to explain. His internal sight had already stretched out. He realized that his previous speculations had been correct. This demon lord chased after this group alone for his own sadistic reasons. But now that Lionel was here, he had retreated to regroup with his men. It could be said that the true chase was only starting now. Trace, arrow. A surge of wind surrounded Lionel. Soon, a pale blue arrow was formed, hovering about his palm. In the darkness, it was particularly striking, but it was also dim enough that it couldn't be seen from too far away. Follow this arrow, and you'll be able to meet up with the others. The captain's expression changed at these words. But I know what you want to say. You split up to begin with so that you'd be more difficult to find. But you don't need to worry about this anymore. Sir Pierce is leading his troops toward the region of your number 19 small barracks, so they won't be able to continue chasing you for long. I'm just the vanguard. The captain's eyes brightened along with his small squadrons. They thought they were finished, but it seemed that they had hope now. There was one among them that only grew more and more shocked with every word Lionel spoke, though. And that person was the young knight. Trace, arrow. That spell should only be able to work if the mage is present, but the way Senior is talking about it, it's as though he doesn't need to be here at all. The range of Trace, arrow, is extremely limited as well. Trace, arrow, was a tandem spell, meaning it had a partner. Trace, target, was a seal-type spell that Trace, arrow, was able to home in on. The issue was that the maximum range of this tandem spell was 1 mile. But the distance between the separated group was at least 10 times that, or else what was the point in running separately? The young knight didn't believe for a moment that Lionel didn't know this. Just who is he at that moment? The sight of several torches approaching from the distance lit the night skies. Go now, Lionel said sternly. His carefree demeanor had vanished. Facing just one demon lord wasn't a problem, but facing one leading a squad of 50 or so was a completely different matter. However, this was the kind of challenge Lionel wanted. Without waiting for the knights behind him to respond, he shot forward. In his hand, an odd spear appeared. It was about 2 meters long, a normal length for such a weapon, albeit shorter than Lionel's spear-peak black spear. However, this wasn't the true oddity. Normally, a spear's blade would only be a small percentage of the length of the weapon. But this spear was vastly different. Its blade was a third of the length of the spear. Lionel brandished the spear, casting shining eyes on his irises. In that moment, his vision and internal sight superimposed, giving him a clear vision of everything happening on the forest floor that night. His gaze flashed with determination, his dreamscape flashing with arcs of lightning as several spear styles began to coalesce in his mind. Chapter 254. Jejejejej. I've never understood humans, always doing such brainless things. Malgrier was a bit stunned when he noticed Lionel running back toward him. He had suffered no small loss at Lionel's hands just earlier. He had even felt the scent of death. If it wasn't because this boy was too inexperienced in combat, failing to take proper account of their combat environment, he would have died here. But he could have never expected that Lionel would come rushing back after he was prepared. He had been gloomy previously, thinking that he would have long since lost track of Lionel. But it seemed like he would have his chance at revenge after all. When Malgrier realized that Lionel hadn't even paused his steps, he grew serious. He had no intention of facing up against Lionel directly. One shouldn't mistake Malgrier's reaction as fear. After all, he was an archer. It was only normal that Lionel would be able to force him to suffer a loss in close combat. Now that he was prepared, he could almost already see Lenoel's corpse. What this number 62 ranked demon lord didn't know, that while he saw Lionel as easy prey, Lionel saw him as a fighting dummy, ready to help refine his skills. While others could only see shadows in this place, Lionel saw everything reflected into his mind perfectly. He could see the shadow-like Malgrier sneakily drawing his bow. He could see the vanguard of shield warriors blocking his path. He could even see the dark insects crawling along the ground. Nothing escaped his notice. Lionel's force bloomed. Bang! 7 shield warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, slamming their tower shields into the ground and blocking Lionel's path forward. At this moment, it became clear that Malgrier didn't care about the other escaping warriors. Killing one Lionel was worth far more than killing 1,000 such knights. Lionel's memories flashed. In his mind, he saw a valiant man with dark blonde hair that whisked along his face and jaw like the mane of a lion. He wore heavy bronze armor, his every step causing the earth to quake. His heavy spear bent beneath the weight of its own blade, making it exceptionally top-heavy. Yet, the valiant man outstretched it with a single hand, bearing the entire weight with his strong wrists. Lionel could sense the overbearing aura of the man. Even if he stood against an army of 1,000 alone, he would face it with a jovial laugh. When this man walked, the earth shook. When he laughed, the clouds dispersed. When he attacked, the skies split. Lionel's back flexed, his image and the image of the man in his mind fusing into one. The crackling booms of his tendons reverberated through the night sky. Malgrier didn't even have time to draw back his first arrow. Boom! Lionel's body and spear drew a line in the air. For a moment, their momentum became one. It was once again a pierce. However, compared to the fluttering speed of the primitive woman, this pierce was indomitable. It was as though it would shear through any obstacle before it, not even pausing before the might of a god. Lionel's spear tip tore into the middle tower shield. As though it was slammed by a cannonball or punched by Goliath, a massive dent appeared at its center. The shield warrior cried out in pain as he felt the arm supporting his tower shield bend against the distorted metal. It was as though his arm was molded into a semi-sphere, grinded into complete mush. A gap appeared amidst the shield warriors as their fellow soldier was sent flying. Like a bullet leaving a barrel, he tore through the night air, crashing into the reserve warriors by Maugreer's side. Despite the shock, Maugreer was still a demon lord. He didn't hesitate to loose 3 arrows in quick succession when he saw that the situation was bad. However, what Lionel feared the least were projectiles with predictable trajectories. The battlefield reflected in his mind. Before Maugreer even released the first arrow, Lionel already knew where it would land. As though he was a ghost, Lionel shifted away with simple steps. His memories flashed once more. He saw a woman of strong features. Despite the fact she wasn't the most beautiful, she had a charm that gripped the hearts of men. But she also held a spear that took the hearts of men. Her speed was so blinding that the last thing her enemies sensed before their death wasn't pain, nor the sight of her figure, but rather the fragrance of her fluttering hair. A rich smell of apple. It assaulted Lionel's senses again and again, as though she was right before him at this very moment. Her spear was as light as a feather and as flexible as a whip. She reaped lives with a thought and traveled through the world unhindered. Lionel's toe lightly descended to the ground the moment he dodged the last spear. For an instant, it seemed as though he would flutter to the ground like a leaf, but in the next instant, he vanished. His movement speed was impossibly quick. His body shot forward like a streaking arrow, appearing before the line of protection before Maugreer. He braced his spear against his body before sweeping it out horizontally from himself. His spear became like the whipping tail of a mighty beast. It left an arc of blood in the air, shearing apart 6 demons at the waist. Such carnage was something even Lionel had never seen before. In the past, he always killed his opponents with a simple pierce. The blood was minimal and the wound was small. This was the most powerful attack of the spear currently in his possession. Its exceptionally long blade was purposely designed for this express purpose. And now, there was no one but Maugreer before him. Maugreer reacted quickly. In the face of death, his expression, hidden beneath his hood, remained calm. Demon lords weren't fish on a chopping block. No matter how much improvement Lionel had made, it wasn't enough to treat such a character so casually, especially when it had only been half a month since his battle with Gorgo. The twang of a bow string being continuously pulled and released caused Lionel's ears to twitch. Maugreer's actions were so fast that Lionel's eyes, even with the support of his mage art, couldn't keep up. The distance between the two was just 10 meters. To take on the full barrage of arrows at this distance, anyone else would have had their deaths guaranteed. But while Lionel's eyes couldn't keep up, that didn't mean his internal sight was in the same situation. The trajectory of Maugreer's arrows had already been projected into his mind. Just when Lionel was about to dodge just as easily, his expression changed. The trajectories he had predicted were off. Chapter 255. Though it was only by a few centimeters, the overall result would be far different than what he anticipated. Lionel's blood boiled and his spine ran cold. In such a threatening situation, he grew more focused, his thinking speed accelerating so quickly that time seemed to slow. In an instant, Lionel zipped through all of the potential countermeasures he had and responded with the best. Bang! His foot slammed into the ground, a swirl of wind and oppressive spirit pressure surging around him. Earthen wall. Layering arts. Art. It was impossible to cast a spell so quickly. Even for Lionel, an arrow crossing 10 meters was the matter of a blink of an eye. But even Lionel's fastest cast would take a full second. However, it was then Lionel's dreamscape flashed, sending out a branch of lightning. In the core of it all, a book stood, fostering a mage's battle sense. In fact, it wasn't just the book, but a specific chapter by the title of Spirit Pressure Storms. There were many things that could influence a mage's casting. Depending on the environment, there were an infinite number of variables. One such variable was the so-called Spirit Pressure Storm. When a high-level mage art was cast, it would cause force to converge. High concentrations of force made it more difficult to control, especially when the concentration was of an opposing force type to the one you were trying to use. For example, trying to cast a large-scale water elemental magic right after someone cast a fire elemental magic was several degrees more difficult. If Maugreer's arrows weren't on Lionel's predicted trajectory, there was only one explanation. He had used force to control their flight. If Lionel took advantage of this and applied the concepts of spirit pressure storms here, he could disrupt Maugreer's control. Shoo! Lionel sucked in a cold breath as he felt two arrows tear through the skin on his shoulder. Taking a step forward, he cut down on the last one, continuing to close the distance. Maugreer's expression changed. At first, he had sneered seeing Lionel's reaction, though he had been surprised that Lionel was a mage. After a moment, he laughed in his heart. How could he not? Lionel started to cast 3 different spells at once. Even the weakest, Harden, should have taken a veteran mage 2 seconds to cast. To make it worse, Layering Arts was a high-level auxiliary mage art that multiplied the strength of spells by stacking them. Layering Arts alone would take a talented magus upwards of 10 seconds to cast alone. In such a situation, Lionel was bound to die. Maugreer had thought that Lionel was simply a talented fool with no battle experience, but this situation completely upended his world. The fact Lionel completely dispelled his attempt at casting right after deflecting his last arrow told him all he needed to know. The truth shocked him to his core. As a demon lord and a veteran of the battlefield, he obviously knew that high fluctuations of force would disrupt techniques. But this was the first time he had ever seen anyone use it in battle. Maugreer's expression changed. He had laid his guard down when he saw Lionel's stupid attempt. He had been waiting to see a grand show, but now he had yet to draw more arrows while Lionel had already halved the distance between them. My lord! Maugreer's death guards surged forward to try to protect him. If I'm blocked again, he'll have time to recover and pester me with more arrows. If I can't read the trajectory of his arrows, it'll be too difficult to dodge at such close range. Thinking to this point, Lionel had already made a decision. As much as he wanted to temper his spear skills here, this wasn't an appropriate occasion. He stepped forward again. The trembling of the earth that matched his steps made the demons around him feel as though the world was collapsing. Lionel's spirit pressure surged into the earth beneath his feet. Impossible! Maugreer's expression turned solemn. He had been too busy snickering at Lionel earlier to realize, but this boy was actually directly manipulating the earth. Usually, mages would pull on free elements from the atmosphere. Using already existing elements was far more difficult and took far more spirit pressure than directly creating your own, as counterintuitive as that might sound. Mages who could manipulate the elements in their natural state were favored even amongst childs. The disparity between them and normal mages was like the difference between clear waters and mud. Even further, an earth mage who could do such a thing would be a bane to all warriors who called them an enemy. The reason was simple. Not every place had water or fire or strong winds, but any place there were humans, there would be earth. Earth and tide. Lionel didn't even need to fully construct the mage art. He didn't need a tall tide. He just needed something that could quickly impede Maugreer's men. And that was exactly what he received. The earth rose into a small rolling hill. It was barely half a meter tall and not usually enough to do much of anything. But this was exactly what Lionel needed. In a flash, Lionel appeared before Maugreer, his spear descending from the skies with an undying momentum. Maugreer cried out in shock, raising his bow into the air to block. It was all he had on him. What else could he possibly use? One might expect a bow to not last even a second in an exchange with a spear, but reality was much different. A loud clang was all Lionel needed to hear to know Maugreer had successfully blocked. But so what? Lionel used his downward strike to gather up momentum, flowing into his next strike with a seemingly practiced ease. Though it still lacked the air of a true spearman, it was clear that Lionel was improving by leaps and bounds every day. Maugreer grunted. He was just an archer. How could he possibly match up to Lionel in strength? His claim to fame was his special telekinetic ability to control his force, a power bestowed to him by Lord Modred. He didn't have the strong body of other demons. He was happy enough just to survive the first strike. Unfortunately for him, while his body was weak, his close combat was even weaker. He had hardly registered what happened when a sharp pain came from his waist. Malgrier felt the pain surging through his veins. It was the worst pain he had ever experienced in his life. He could faintly tell that when his pain reached such a threshold that his life was truly finished. He plopped to the ground before Lionel's frowning figure, unable to gather the strength to rise up. I didn't manage to cut him all the way in half. It's either my strength is still lacking or that my technique isn't perfect just yet. Lionel had only managed to cut halfway through Maugrier's waist, and he was seemingly disappointed by the results, causing the demons around him to shiver in fear. Chapter 256. Lionel took a deep breath. He managed to kill a demon lord without invoking his metal synergy runes. This could be considered improvement, but he still wasn't happy with this result. He felt that dealing with Malgrier wouldn't have been a problem for him even half a month ago. Him learning all these spear techniques, but chaining them together well, is too difficult. I need a new direction. After steadying his breathing, Lionel looked up to find the remaining demons inching away from him. It was clear that if they weren't worried that Lionel would stab them in the back, they would have long since turned and run. They were all veteran warriors. They knew that with such a large disparity in strength, and especially since Lionel was a mage, they'd be finished unless they banded together. However, what they never expected was for Lionel to do nothing to them. Even up until the point the first of them ran away, he didn't lift a single finger. In Lionel's mind, he didn't benefit entering such a battle. Without a leader, these demons wouldn't be able to organize themselves to continue the chase. At best, they'd be able to regroup with another demon lord. But by then, Sir Pierce would be in position and things would become much easier. Instead of putting his life on the line fighting so many enemies alone, it was best to take advantage of their fear and allow them to run away. Lionel wasn't an invincible god. Fighting almost 50 opponents by himself was far too difficult. Though he had feats beyond this in the France zone, it had to be remembered that those were normal humans without special abilities. Lionel wouldn't play with his life like that in this place. Lionel bent forward, picking up the bow Malgrier had dropped. Oh! Lionel was stunned. The bow had a sleek coldness to it that reminded Lionel of polished stainless steel. However, it was oddly both black and rough to the touch, almost like sandpaper. But this wasn't what shocked Lionel. What truly caused him to pause was just how heavy the bow was. It weighed at least 50 pounds, and that was already about half the heft of his black spear. Now that I think about it, a huge part of the reason Malgrier was able to shoot and reload so quickly was because he didn't pull the bowstring back very far. Lionel replayed the battle in his mind. He clearly remembered that the cloaked demon lord's firing was almost like flicking a finger. In the heat of battle, Lionel didn't think much of it. But now that he had the time, he realized that the only explanation for this must be because this bow was just that powerful. Even with such a small pull, it could have such power. Lionel had always been good with long-distance weapons. In truth, this was likely a large part of the reason why his gene assessment had set him as a star quarterback. He was very good at reading a target's intentions and pinpointing a throw in their direction. This was something he only got even better at after his ability awakened. A large part of the reason Lionel chose an Atlatl as his first ranged weapon was because the throwing motion was the same he was used to. After that, his first craft was a pair of pistols. But his strength was already beginning to leave those long-barreled pistols behind to the point he rarely used them in battle anymore. It couldn't be helped. They were at most C or B-grade treasures to begin with, and he didn't like having to constantly repair the nozzles like he did. Lionel had never really thought about supplementing his long-ranged abilities with a bow and arrow before. But now that he did, he realized it wasn't a bad idea. An arrow would always be able to travel further than he could throw something. Though it sacrificed a bit of flexibility as a result, Judging by how powerful this bow would be with just the flick of a finger, it might still be a good option. He'll keep it with me, I guess. Even if I can't take it out of this zone, since he'll be here for such a long period of time, anyway, ITLL still be of some use. Lionel put away his spear and tested the bowstring. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. He realized in that moment that had he not reacted quickly, he would have lost the tips of his fingers. Why was this bowstring so sharp? It's not that it's sharp, but that it takes so much strength to pull that it exerts too much strain on my fingers. But if that's the case, how did such a weak demon lord pull it? Lionel flipped over Maugreer's corpse and checked his hands. Soon he understood. First, Maugreer's hands were covered in coarse gloves made of an extraordinarily sturdy material. Not only that, but they were also thick to the point it made him look as though he had paws for hands. However, even with that, Lionel could see deep grooves on Maugreer's pointer and ring finger. It was clear that Maugreer likely replaced these gloves very often. There's also a lot of force concentration on his fingers. It's the combination of these factors that allowed him to do this. Lionel made up his mind. He was still a force crafter, after all, though he hadn't had time to design any new crafts recently. But this position he took up on the border gave him a lot more flexibility, and there were less eyes watching him. He could definitely make something better than this. After making up his mind, Lionel took off Maugreer's spatial brace. It covered about half of his forearm and had a total of 6 small spatial spaces within, 5 of which were filled with arrows of various kinds, and the final of which had miscellaneous things. Something caught Lionel's attention within the last space. He quickly took it out. The object was a crystal that very much reminded Lionel of the ones he had seen within a magic art tower. After sinking his mind into it, he found exactly what he had expected. Or not. Merlin's bestowal, Bowman King. Wait, what? Chapter 257. Lionel was stunned. This was the 3rd time he was seeing Merlin's name in such an important setting. Though there were some legends about him in the Mage Academy library, Lionel didn't really pay much attention to it. This was because those books were too low level. The information practically bordered on fairy tale. However, things were a bit different now. The first time Lionel saw his name was after entering the Jones Zone. Apparently, those matters were related to a prophecy he had made in the past. The second time he saw, it was when he entered this mythological zone. Once again, it was related to a prophecy this Merlin had made in the past again. This was now the 3rd time Lionel had seen this name in a surprising capacity. It could be said that this was the last thing he had ever expected to find. At the same time, Lionel wondered why it was Maugreer was so weak with such an inheritance on him. How could he be ranked in the 60s amongst demon lords? But after a moment of thought, he realized that this might have been the wrong way to look at things. It might very well be possible that the former Maugreer wasn't worthy of ever becoming a demon lord in his lifetime until he stumbled into this inheritance. If Lionel looked at things like this, then it was very possible. If Lionel took it one step further, it had to be remembered that Merlin was a hero of the human world, not the demon world. To the demons, he should have been a great enemy. After all, he was responsible for the rise of King Arthur. Since that was the case, such an inheritance might not be suited to demons for use to begin with. If that was the case, then the fact Maugreer made it so far with it just went to show just how special the inheritance in this crystal was. Wow, Lionel felt like the crystal was an all-new world. Unlike the crystals of the Magic Art Tower, which only had a single mage art within them, this crystal was separated into several layers, each holding a different truth of the path of a bowman. There were spells for enhancing eyesight, for accelerating an arrow mid-flight, and there was even meditation techniques for knights and mages within it. The meditation techniques of this mythological zone all had one purpose: to crystallize force. Or rather, what the people of this zone called either spirit pressure or internal strength. Spirit pressure meditation techniques compress the soul force in one's ethereal glabella. Internal strength meditation techniques compress the force within one's force nodes. There were no limitations to meditation techniques, They could be used no matter which step of cultivation one was at. So, it was no problem for Lionel to start late. However, there were obviously tiers of quality amongst meditation techniques. Some excelled in the degree to which one could compress, and other excelled in the speed compression occurred. But those that could do both to perfection were rare. The Mage Academy provided many types of meditation techniques. In fact, Lionel had dozens in his dreamscape at this very moment. It was precisely because of this that he could see that Merlin's meditation technique was far beyond anything he had ever seen before. It pulls on the power of the stars. What a fantastical meditation technique. Lionel felt that this meditation technique resonated with him on a profound level. He felt that maybe this so-called power of the stars might be greatly beneficial to him. Maybe there was a reason his lineage factor was named the Snowy Star Owl. However, Lionel didn't immediately make this connection. This wasn't because he was stupid or that his dreamscape was still lacking, though the latter might be part of the reason, but rather because he was a man of the modern era. To people of backward, medieval-era places like this, stars were mysterious entities and sometimes even gods looking down on them. However, to Lionel, they were massive balls of flaming gas. What could possibly be special about them? Though Lionel had this inherent bias ingrained within him, he also knew that any techniques that appeared in this world would be real. He also had to admit that in this new world, where there were dimensions above the third and abilities he couldn't imagine, it wasn't appropriate for him to try to reconcile everything with his own limited knowledge. My main focus will still be the spear, but there's a lot of useful things in here. Since I'm talented in the bow, it won't hurt to take a look. With that thought, Lionel began to walk back, already drafting up plans for a protective covering for his fingers. He wanted it to be lightweight and also not interfere with his spear wielding. If it could add special attributes to his arrows as well, that might be nice. Lionel drafted tens of possible plans in his dream world as he walked. Before he realized it, he had already walked out of the ash forest, finding an army led by Sir Pierce before him. Sir Pierce sat atop his horse, his snake-like eyes observing Lionel curiously. Demon Lord Malgreer is dead. Lionel finished his report under the astonished gazes of Pierce's death guards. Pierce's eyes narrowed. He looked Lionel up and down for a long while, but didn't find anything off about him. Lionel didn't even look particularly tired. The actions of the demons had been getting more and more aggressive over the past month. It could be said that the number of clashes between human and demon kind, likewise, increased exponentially. Yet in all this time, the number of high-level figures that had fallen was 0, unless one counted the 2 demon lords that had both fallen at Lionel's hands. The truth was that there were simply too many demons. There were many demon generals who rivaled demon lords in potential and strength, but were never promoted for fear of the 66 limit. Even if Lionel killed them, there would probably be a new 66th ranked demon lord by tomorrow. But even with this being the case, Lionel's feats were too shocking. Since when were demon lords so easy to kill? There was definitely something about this child's calculative abilities and mind that were beyond expectations. Of course, there was also the factor his enemies underestimating him due to his age, but this didn't diminish the impressiveness by much at all. Seemingly thinking of something, Sir Pierce opened his mouth to speak. "Remember, boy, don't forget the rules of Camelot." Sir Pierce didn't elaborate on his words at all, but Lionel understood what he meant. Though rare, there was no small number of humans who had fallen to the darker path. Many of those humans started by picking up things they shouldn't have from the bodies of demons. Lionel's eyes narrowed slightly, but he never got a chance to respond. Bang, bang, bang. Lionel suddenly felt a strong case of déjà vu overwhelm him. Hadn't this exact same thing occurred on the Project Hunt Island? At that moment, the dark night skies were illuminated by a dull gray pillar of light in the distance. What Lionel didn't know at that moment was that this wasn't a force eruption, and the true purpose behind the all-out assault of the demons was about to be revealed. Chapter 258. Lionel was shocked by the sudden change. as was everyone else. However, Lionel had long since gained a habit of paying attention to everything going on in his surroundings at once. This wasn't only a method of training his internal sight, but it was also a method of protecting his life. Due to this, Pierce's expression fell perfectly into Lionel's vision. The hint of surprise, quickly followed by anticipation, didn't escape him. He knows what this thing is. Lionel didn't think much of it. He knew too little about this world. It made sense that a veteran knight like Pierce would know more than he did. However, this only made Lionel more curious. The reason was simple. While Pierce reacted in this way, none of his fellow knights or death guards did. In that case, the most likely explanation was that this was very high-level information. This was only made more obvious by the fact none of the books Lionel had read in the Mage Academy had the necessary information. If they did, his dreamscape would have reacted. Pierce's expression changed many times before it seemed he finally settled on a decision. Arrange the formation. We're retreating back to the large barracks. Pierce's roar called out, causing the knights who had followed him here to be stunned for a moment. The reason they had gathered here was to counterattack the demons. While they thought the humans were all converging back toward the large barracks, they'd be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of an army. Yet, instead of waiting to deal this blow, Pierce actually decided to retreat immediately. It could only be said that whatever that pillar of light was, it was extraordinarily important. Lionel's gaze flashed, but he didn't say much. It could be said that the death of a demon lord was already a great result for this expedition. Even if it was easy for Madara to replace demon lords, they would still need time to acclimate themselves to their new strength. I wonder what's going on. Lionel knew that this matter would be a big deal, but he could have never imagined just how great a matter it would be. It was to the point that even the core city of Camelot was stirred. Whether it was the mysterious Grand Magi, the Knights of the Round Table, or even the lofty king and queen of Camelot, Arthur and Guinevere, not a single one could sit still. Before the sun rose on the horizon of the following day, a single title had been ingrained in the minds of every human and demon across the mythological zone: the Merlin Trials. Lionel never expected he would have returned to Camelot so quickly. Of course, he had already mostly completed the mission he and Lioness had been assigned. They were only meant to be posted at the border regions for a single month, and half of that time had already passed. Merlin Trials? Lionel sucked in a cold breath. The moment he heard these words, his dreamscape reacted, numerous arcs of lightning branching to cover dozens of books. Without exception, all of these books touched upon King Arthur's legend in one way or another. Despite not directly mentioning the Merlin Trials directly, Lionel came to understand something very important. It was very likely that before the birth of Camelot, it was precisely these Merlin Trials that allowed King Arthur to gain the legacy he needed to rise to the top of this mythological zone. If Lionel's conjectures were correct, this meant that these Merlin Trials were even more important than he originally assumed. It was no wonder Pierce's reaction was so fierce. There was another matter as well, though. The movements of the demons could have been considered to be exceptionally odd before the appearance of these trials. But if the appearance of that pillar of light was taken into account, then it would explain everything. The demons had forced the humans to retreat from a small barracks. The result of that was the humans losing the footholds they had gained around the trial location. Due to this, it was not only easier for the demons to enter, but it suddenly become several times more difficult for humanity to do the same. But isn't Merlin a hero of the humans? Lionel shook his head. Even if he was, just judging by how far Malgreer had gone with his Bowman King legacy, it was obvious that the Merlin Trials should be beneficial to demons as well. If this is all true, then why is it that I was recalled back to Camelot? Shouldn't we all be trying our best to reclaim the land we lost in retreat? As Lionel was lost in thought, the person he most wanted to see now came. He really couldn't stifle his questions anymore. What were the Merlin Trials really? Why were they recalled to Camelot if it was so important? Lionel opened the doors to his residence only to find Ellis on the other side. He was a bit surprised. He had been certain that it would be Lioness, but it was Ellis instead. The prince was suddenly called by the royal court, so he sent me with his apologies for missing your meeting. Oh, Lionel nodded. And not a big deal. You can come in, I do still have some questions. Ellis smiled and accepted Lionel's invitation. She was surprised to see just how clean and meticulous Lionel's room was. It was almost as though he wasn't living in it at all. It couldn't be said that she entered the room of men often, but she knew that even a woman's room wouldn't necessarily be so orderly. Of course, what Ellis didn't know was that this was the product of his father's teachings. It could be said that the only reason this side of Lionel didn't show more was because of how odd the times were. He didn't really have a place to call home on Earth currently, unless the segmented cube was counted. Ever since Ellis watched Lionel battle and kill Gorgo, she had become more reserved around him. Though she had known he was powerful after watching his battle with Lamorak, it was difficult to fuse the state he ended up in with a powerful persona. You can sit anywhere, Lionel said casually. Did you really only come here today to answer my questions? Or did you have another purpose? Oh, Ellis snapped out of her thoughts. Yes. I wanted to say that you've gained a great number of merits. The death of a demon lord is already enough to be promoted to a 2-star magus. But you actually killed 2. This falls just a bit short of enough to become a 3-star magus. As long as you pass the standardization tests, you'll be able to raise your standing in the Mage Academy. Lionel nodded, accepting the crystal Ellis passed over to him. It likely held information about his merits and could be considered as proof. So about these Merlin trials. Lionel tried to steer the conversation away from this topic. He wasn't very interested in promotion right now. At most, he'd promote to a 3-star official mage so that he could read the level 9 books within the library. Ellis' eyes went dim for a moment. Since you've gained so many merits, it should be fine. The Merlin trials have existed even before His Majesty King Arthur established Camelot. It has picked a great many heroes in its time, but His Majesty was the one who traveled the furthest down this road. The truth is that the Merlin trials are separated into minor openings and major openings. This is most definitely a major opening. Minor openings find individuals to test, while major openings are open to all. But, in return, major openings are several times more dangerous, not only because of the trials within, but also because of our fellow man. It could be said that all the major players of Camelot and Modred's demon army have all benefited from the Merlin trials in one way or another, so it's not a chance anyone wants to miss. Lionel's brows knit. Could it be that Maugreer's Bowman King inheritance was the product of a minor opening? Are there any other differences between a minor and major opening? Ellis shook her head. It's too hard to tell. Normally, someone who benefited from a minor opening wouldn't easily divulge this information. But, from what we do know, it should be impossible to gain the true core inheritances of legendary Magus Merlin unless it's attained during the major opening. However, there are some clues that point toward the idea that having benefited from a minor opening makes doing the same in a major opening easier. Some scholars believe that this is legendary Magus Merlin picking out successors. He will first pick out individuals, then have them fight the masses to temper them. 50 years ago, His Majesty King Arthur was one such person. The Sword in the Stone was his minor opening, and 50 years ago, he swept through the world of the major opening and established our kingdom. Chapter 259. The more Lionel learned, the more confused he became. Weren't these zones meant to be based on human mythology? With this premise, one would assume that the most preeminent versions of King Arthur's tale would sit atop everything else. Until now, things followed this logic. Whether it was Guinevere's betrayal, Modred's existence, the Knights of the Round Table, or even the mention of the Sword in the Stone, everything was as Lionel was familiar with. However, if Lionel went a layer deeper than this world was still too different from what he was expecting. The existence of Leonis, the Magi, the existence of this world's magic system. None of these were things the tales of the past told of. Lionel couldn't tell whether or not these were random things the universe was filling in as it pleased, or if there was another, deeper reason for this change. Every time Lionel thought about such things, his mind would inevitably travel back to one idea. The future can influence the past. If that was the case, could it be that these changes weren't random, as Lionel thought, but maybe the result of changes to the legend future generations made? When Lionel stepped on this path of thinking, he suddenly shuddered. His mind had just landed on something that made his heart go cold. The influence higher dimensions had on lower dimension was obscene. It might very well be possible that something a higher dimensional being did on a whim would be more impactful than thousands of years' worth of stories he passed down in Lionel's world. And if that was true, if someone from a higher dimensional world wanted to change the legend of King Arthur, it would be exceptionally easy. This alone was a benign thought. But when it was combined with Lionel's subconscious thoughts of several months, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had gone off in his mind. And this time, rather than being the illusory bolts of his dreamscape, this was a true arc of lightning accompanied by rolling thunder. To this point, Lionel still had no idea what Joan's goal in the French zone was. None of her actions made sense. Back then, Lionel simply followed his heart and did his best to save as many people as he could. It was never more complicated than this for him. But if he thought about it, what would happen if Joan succeeded? Was Joan succeeding mutually exclusive with him completing the zone? Think about it for a moment. What would happen if Joan's purpose caused Lionel to fail? Well, Lionel and Anna would have then likely had to spend the rest of their lives in medieval France, growing old together. The details aren't very important, but what is important is what would happen after they died. In that case, wouldn't the zone reset, allowing a new group to enter and attempt to clear it? If that happened, what would have been the point of Joan's mission? What reason would there have been for her to hinder Lionel's success? If that was the case, then their purpose couldn't have possibly been to hinder Lionel. If Lionel foolishly thought the matter would be over as long as he cleared the zone, he would be sorely mistaken. The more Lionel thought about it, the less sense it made. Unless the matters that occurred in Joan's zone were related to this mythological zone. Lionel felt as though a thumping drum was raging through his dreamscape. His ability seemed to be screaming at him, as though trying to tell him something he couldn't quite grasp. This wasn't because there was a connection Lionel had yet to make, but rather because of the most unfortunate weakness of his dreamscape. He simply didn't have enough information. Who were those people who almost turned Joan's zone into a unique zone? How was Merlin's legend related to what they were trying to do? How was this Camelot zone related to it all? Lionel grew more and more serious the longer he thought. He didn't even realize that Ellis had shrunk into a corner like a timid little mouse, unable to even steady her breathing. Unfortunately, this matter was too important for Lionel to think about Ellis' well-being. Zones were inextricably linked to the future of Earth. Even though Lionel didn't have much ties to Earth remaining, his normal disposition wouldn't allow him to sit idly by as its fate was being toyed with. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't take part in every zone clearance. It was impossible for him to do so, even if he wanted to. As a result, he had no idea if other instances like what he and Anna lived through had occurred elsewhere. It was very possible that as Earth cleared one zone after another, they were simply playing into exactly what some other entity wanted. According to Uncle Montez, Earth was among new worlds with the greatest potential even compared to the history of the universe. We have the talent necessary to become an eighth-dimensional world. It's for this reason that so many higher-dimensional worlds were invested in our progress and are even pooling together to give us rewards for the zones we clear. But what exactly does this higher potential mean? I don't believe that it's only as simple as reaching the eighth dimension. No, that's not the right way to think about it. I should be wondering exactly what benefits come with having such high potential. Potential. Lionel's eyes flashed open. Mythological zones were the treasures of the universe. No matter where they appeared, countless powers would fight for them. Of course, that was under the requirement that they all had access to the same world. Right now, Earth was in a protected state. It was difficult to travel from higher to lower dimensions. This was a protection the universe gave not much, unlike a mother did to a child in her womb. However, That didn't mean it was impossible. Though someone from the fifth dimension couldn't descend, someone in the weaker levels of the fourth dimension could pay a heavy price to descend. For now, all of this wasn't very important. All Lionel was thinking about now was the zone he was in now. Mythological zones were already so highly sought after. But what if on top of being a mythological zone, it was born in a world with infinite potential? If that was the case, just what kind of treasures would such a place birth? So is that how it is? Lionel knew that he had only grasped a small part of the truth. He also knew that it was impossible that this was the only goal of those people. With how many legends and folktales Earth had, who knew how many of them were able to form zones of their own? And if there were many, it was impossible for Lionel to be at and protect them all. All he could do was focus on what he could control. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow these higher dimensional beings to succeed. At the same time, Lionel caught a faint inkling of why it was necessary to appear in zones like Jones. If it was a matter of entering a historical zone, it was only necessary to plant someone in that timeline. Though that seemed impossible to the current Lionel with his limited scope of understanding, he felt that for a higher dimensional being, this was likely not impossible. However, how would one enter a mythological zone? It wasn't a true part of history. There was no place to return to. It seemed the only way to enter was the zone gate itself. But Lionel could hazard a guess that the 12 who entered likely didn't have anything to do with these higher dimensional beings. It was possible that the Aderna family or even the Slayer Legion was related. If that was the case, then Lionel would simply accept that his hypothesis was incorrect. But in the case the Aderna family wasn't responsible, then that meant that all the actions these individuals had taken were precisely to find a path into an impossible-to-enter zone. The moment Lionel had this thought, his heart stilled. He felt that he had regained his peace and that he could finally breathe steadily once more. Even he didn't realize it, but he felt so uncomfortable at the idea of some unknown person, thing, or organization controlling his life that he nearly went mad for a moment. This was the true Lionel, a man who wanted to control everything in his palms. It had always shone through on the football field, and the day he chose to display it in the real world, it was unknown what kind of monster would be born. The discomfort in Lionel's heart seemed to stack. First it was Lamorak, now it was this. At every turn, it seemed that someone wanted to play the strings of his life without his consent. Lionel's lip curled. It was an oddly cold smile, the kind he hadn't smiled in his entire life until this point. Seeing such a scene, Ellis felt her soul crumbling. Luckily, the expression soon disappeared, replaced by Lionel's usual appearance. Handsome, bright, and kind. Sorry about that, Ellis. I was thinking about some matters. So why is it that we were recalled to Camelot with such an important thing happening at the border? Ellis patted her chest, wiping the sweat from her brow. Is this the man I'm supposed to seduce? How am I supposed to do that? She bit her cherry lips. To answer your question, the matter of the Merlin trials is too important. Even our Grand Knights can't guarantee maintaining order. The allure of such a treasured place is too much. Since we already lost the initiative, it's better that we retreat so we can be selective about who goes. That way, we can eliminate other variables. That was how it was. Camelot wanted to control who could and couldn't enter. Lionel nodded slowly. I hope that you won't hold me back, Camelot. I would hate to become enemies with you all, but if I have to choose between clearing the side missions and betraying you all, I will choose the latter. Though it was necessary to have good relations with Camelot to complete the side quest aside from killing Modred, it wasn't necessary for the main quest. If Lionel had to choose, the choice was obvious. He just hoped Camelot wouldn't force his hand. Chapter 260. Ellis ended up leaving without making any progress on her mission once again. However, Lionel didn't have the mind to bother with her thoughts. He felt a slight urgency in his heart. The instant she left, he buried his head into his training. He hardly touched his bow. To him, his talent in the bow was so overwhelming that he didn't need to practice very much to bring it to a high level. Instead, he focused his entire being on his meditation and his spear. By the time the news came down, he had almost gone through 100 spears. But compared to the over 2,000 he had to master, he had hardly put a dent into his true goal. However, even still, he could feel his spear force being slowly refined over time. Lionel was still at the very first level of spear force. However, according to the dictionary his father left behind for him, there were separations between the kinds of spear force one comprehended. The longer he could suppress his breakthrough while building and refining his spear force, the greater benefits he would gain in the future. With a hidden sharpness in his eyes, Lionel left the segmented cube. The Mage Academy was bustling, even more so than usual. The usually quite indoor garden around the Magic Art Tower was filled with the young and old. Everyone was waiting for a single announcement. At that moment, an old woman with a head of dry, graying hair sat silently atop a platform, quietly meditating as though the happenings of her surroundings had nothing to do with her. However, no one dared to snub this woman. Judging by her violet robes and the fiery red patterns that adorned them, this lady was a 2-star fire magus and very likely one of the headmasters of the Mage Academy. Suddenly, this seemingly frail old lady opened her eyes. A resounding pressure singed with no small amount of heat suddenly pervaded the atmosphere. It felt as though all the moisture in the air was being sucked dry. Even the lush green grass beneath their feet looked as though they might wilt away at any time. Without even having to say a word, silence took hold of the surroundings. The deterrence of such a magus, so infinitesimally close to the penultimate barrier, was too great. Who would dare to snub her? Surprisingly, without even bothering to waste any time, she began to speak of the topic at hand. There was no introduction, no flowery words, just a cold and emotionless arrow toward the heart of the matter. The Merlin trial gates will open in 2 months. Only those at and above the age of 16 will be allowed to enter. Rights for entry will be decided on your merits. Those between the ages of 16 and 20 must reach the 2-star official mage standard. Those between the ages of 21 and 30 must be 3-star official mages. Those between the ages of 31 and 50 must be 1-star magi. Those older than this must be 2-star magi. Those that meet this first requirement will be allowed to enter a round of selections. There will be 50 spots for those within the first age bracket, 25 for those in the next, and in the oldest there will be just 10 spots. Those of you who will be part of the quotas given to your families will not be included in this total. The selection will begin in an hour within the core city. If you've been found to be lying about your credentials, the punishment won't be light. So, think twice before you step through the teleportation formations. Prepare yourselves. The fire magus was short and succinct. Those in the vicinity didn't even have the chance to process before her spiel was over. An hour? There was no time to prepare. Some of them hardly had any idea what these Merlin trials were, but now they were suddenly thrust into a competition for it. It had to be known that not everyone was like Lionel. He had access to the Crown Prince, and there was also Ellis, who seemed to have a special standing within the Mage Academy outside of being a lecturer. Even then, Lionel hardly knew much at all. If it wasn't for the fact he passed his 3-star official mage standardization test and was able to read the level 9 information within the library, he would likely be even more clueless, let alone these people who had even less access than he did. Lionel remained expressionless, his 3-star official mage robes reflecting a deep blue embroidered by bronze. He stepped into the teleportation formation toward the core of Camelot, his mind mentally prepared for anything. The truth was that with his combat prowess, the 16 to 20-year-old bracket was nothing more than a joke to him. His attending should be nothing more than a formality, but for some reason, he was still on his guard. Lionel's vision blurred. A moment later, he found himself in a large arena. By all rights, such a large arena should have been bustling, filled from wall to wall with spectators. However, this wasn't the case at all. In fact, it was eerily silent. Seats that could seat upwards of 50,000 were covered in black sheets, as though to divert one's attention from the fact they were empty. The The stands weren't completely with people, though. That said, it was certain that the youths and older mages that stood around Lionel wished that they had been. Reason being, the characters silently watching them from above were simply too awe-inspiring. Their presence alone made their knees weak. There were no more than 100 of them, but each and every one seemed to carry the weight of the world on their shoulders. There were the 7 supreme magi, the Knights of the Round Table, the General Stars. One after another, their standing and strength seemed to only grow. Even after all of that, there were still 2 individuals who made the mages around Lionel feel as though their hearts had stopped. They both sat upon thrones, their strength so great that the air seemed to solidify around them. One was a woman of exceptional looks. She had soft, wheat-colored skin, flowing black hair, and shimmering blue eyes. Her beauty was intoxicating to the point of drawing all who looked upon her into an illusion. She wore a delicate blue dress, and her neck and chest was wrapped by a soft white fur scarf. She embodied nobility to the greatest degree. The second was a man. His blonde hair was bright to the point of being blinding. His jaw was chiseled, his eyes deep and unfathomable, and his smile was charismatic and enchanting to the extreme. His shoulders were broad, and his presence was so tall that even his throne seemed too small for him. There was no doubt that these 2 were the great Queen Guinevere and King Arthur. Chapter 261. At that moment, another teleportation array was lit. This time, a whole host of young and old knights walked out. It was very obvious that they came from the Knight Academy. It wasn't long before they, too, were shocked by the lineup before them. It was clear that Camelot was taking this as seriously as they could. Lionel suddenly felt a pair of eyes on him. He casually turned his head to find a familiar large man. Sir Lamorak looked down toward Lionel with placid eyes. It was impossible to tell what his emotions were at that moment. He seemed like a man who wouldn't blink even if a mountain came crashing down before him. Lionel met his gaze equally as expressionlessly. Even when his strength was far beneath Lamorak's, he hadn't wavered. It could be said the only reason he had panicked back then was due to Magus Aeliard's attack on his mind. The current Lionel had long since learned how to defend his mind from such things. He no longer had to rely on the passive strength of his spirit. He could actively block such spells. It could be said that Lionel was one of the only few who didn't feel such reverence in the presence of these individuals. In truth, Lionel was born in an empire as well. Though somewhat different from a kingdom, the concept was similar enough. However, Earth's government was quite unique. While the sovereignty of the emperor was important and many positions were hereditary, there was still the shadow of democracy. This was why officials went by titles like Secretary Marquisate and Governor Duke. Each of these titles were combinations of democratically elected titles and hereditary ones. Due to this unique system, Lionel hadn't grown up in an environment where there was an emphasis on kneeling, and by extension, not kneeling. That said, kneeling and not kneeling was one matter, while bowing to pressure was another. There was a difference between a person who knelt out of fear and one who knelt simply out of custom. Lionel's body might kneel, but that didn't mean his heart kneeled. Facing Lamorak's gaze, rather than shying away, Lionel felt his blood boil uncontrollably once again. It took all of his willpower to not point his spear in the direction of that man. He restrained his aura completely and eventually looked away from Lamorak. He felt that if he continued to look, he would lose all ability to control himself any longer. At that moment, arcs of light splintered in the air, causing a mote of light to float before each participant. Soon, that light broke apart to reveal a wooden card with a number engraved onto it. Lionel's number was 321. Battles of the Mage and Knight Academies will go on simultaneously. Please split apart according to your numbers. You've been split in a group of 100. Numbers 1 to 100 here. Another 2-star Magus had taken over the proceedings. This time, he was a 2-star Earth Magus. Though there were some 2-star Magi taking part in this tournament, There were many with powerful family backers that had no need to do so. This tournament was entirely made for those who wouldn't be receiving quotas from their families. Why are you staring daggers at a little boy, Lamorak? Oh, a man no shorter than Lamorak looked up in interest. Is that the boy who made you suffer a loss? I heard that you had to activate your blazing internal strength to defeat him. Aren't you embarrassed? The man jeered Lamorak without restraint, laughing heartily. But it was clear that this wasn't a disdainful taunt, but rather simple banter between friends. Lamorak grunted, but his eyes narrowed. He didn't like the look Lionel gave him at all. It wasn't particularly disrespectful, but the feeling was akin to being questioned by an ant. It made him feel uncomfortable. If he can fight you, this might be a bit too easy for the boy. He should steamroll the 21 to 30 bracket with absolute ease. He should be of some help during the trials. Some of the knights here were old enough to have entered the Merlin trial gates the last time. Though 50 years was long to a mortal, to those who practice internal strength, living 150 years wasn't a problem. As such, they were all well aware of just what kind of danger waited for them. Even though they were also much more powerful than they had been in the past, they still didn't feel an ounce of confidence. This was the kind of weight the Merlin trials placed on the heart. Whether hell gain a spot to enter is still a matter that needs to be decided. The knight by Lamorak's side frowned. Don't tell me you're targeting a little boy, Lamorak. By the knight's tone, it was clear he was one part stunned and another part disappointed. Stunned because this wasn't the Lamorak he knew, and disappointed because this wasn't the sort of disposition a knight should have. His origins are unknown. The only reason I allowed him to live was because Aeliard stepped in and he was a light mage. But now he's come out as an earth child and washed his hands of all Holy Sun-related matters. There's no need to target him directly or even kill him for now. He can consider this payment for the service he's given to my Camelot up until now. But allowing him to enter the Merlin trials is impossible. He's an already difficult-to-control variable. Letting him get more out of control is inadvisable. The knight's frown deepened. In that case, why are you allowing him to participate at all? It's better that he loses justifiably so that he has less things to complain about. I don't care about face, but I can't tarnish the shield of the Knight of the Round Table. Are you joking? Who are you going to find in his age group capable of defeating him? What are you playing at, Lamorak? Lamorak snorted. Maybe those who have to take part in this election cannot, but if I select a few talented 30-year-old from those families, it will still be possible. The more Lamorak spoke, the more uncomfortable the knight became. It was clear that Lamorak wasn't a scheming person. Would a scheming person so easily reveal their snaketail like this? Lamorak was only doing what he thought was best for Camelot. In a lot of ways, he wasn't entirely wrong. There were too many questions about Lionel's identity, and his abilities were even more questionable. Not killing him was already a sign of goodwill, in Lamorak's opinion. However, allowing him to enter the trial gates was impossible. However, what happened next left Lamorak stunned. Excuse me. I shouldn't be in this group. Up to now, the atmosphere had been quite solemn and quiet. Due to some odd spell, or maybe the black drapes placed over the empty seats, their voices didn't echo as one would expect. However, this left everyone feeling exceptionally hollow. Most of the voices had been coming from either the 100 or so elites observing from the stands, or the 2-star Earth Magus directing everything below. So, Lionel's voice stood out especially. The 2-star Earth Magus frowned. What is it? This is the group for 21 to 30-year-olds, correct? Lionel asked. Yes, that is correct. You're the right place. Lionel frowned and shook his head. I'm only 18 years old this year. Why would I be in this group? When did I say I was older than 20? The arena was stunned silent. Chapter 262. The Earth Elemental Magus looked toward Lionel with shock. In truth, he had heard of this Lionel before. No, it was more accurate to say that everyone had. And, due to his position, he was in a unique enough standing to know some special matters about Lionel as well. The main point was that Lionel was recently given credit for killing 2 demon lords. This was a feat only the likes of the General Stars and the 2- and 3-star Magi had. Yet, it was now in the hands of an immature boy. It was already difficult enough to reconcile Lionel's talent with his age. But, if he was even younger than they all assumed, just what kind of ridiculous matter was this? Now that the 2-star Earth Magus thought about it, the registration of ages should have been done by the candidate themselves. After all, everyone here should have been registered with either the Knight Academy or the Mage Academy. Lionel was in a bit of a special situation since he was an orphan. It seemed that as a result, others guessed his age for him. That doesn't make any sense. Who would input an age for another without first asking? What would such a person gain? The Earth Magus suddenly felt a cold sweat falling from his back. He suddenly felt that this matter wasn't so simple, but he also didn't know just what he had suddenly appeared in the middle of. Boy, are you certain? The punishment for such an infraction isn't light. Lionel almost rolled his eyes. How could he not be certain about his own age? But the last minute, he held back. In this world, he had claimed to be an orphan. In an era like this one, it wasn't rare for orphans like him to be off on the estimation of their own ages by a year or 2. If he seemed too certain of his own age, then it would only bring more questions about his identity forward. Thinking to this point, Lionel decided to take a step back. I'm an orphan. I can only make estimations of my own age. But I shouldn't be older than 20. Hearing Lionel's response, the Earth Magus looked at him with an incredulous expression. This boy wasn't even sure, but he was stirring up trouble. At this point, he wanted to wring Lionel's neck. If you weren't certain, why did you have to bring me into this mess? Lionel only seemed to realize there was something wrong after reading the Magus expression. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed odd that his age had been decided without first consulting him. Was he being targeted? If my age was decided for me, it's very likely that my number was decided along with the order of my battles. Thinking to this point, Lionel was enlightened. However, he was also inwardly puzzled. With his strength, was there really anyone 30 or younger who could defeat him? He didn't know, truthfully. He had a lot of knowledge about this world's magic system. But as for the actual people that made up this world, he knew nothing. There very well could be, for all he knew. Still, Lionel was confident. That said, just because he was confident didn't mean he'd allow others to ride on his head just because they felt he was an easy target. There's no need to drag this out, honored Magus. My knowledge is limited, but I do know that there exists an auxiliary spell that can test skeletal age. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to take on whatever punishment you have. The Earth Magus expression changed. The truth was that they mostly were using the deterrence of Camelot to avoid such trouble. The age detection mage art was a 2-star Magus art. Not only was it a high-level spell, but since it served no other purpose, it was rare for Magi to learn it at all. It took years of meditation and calculations to learn just a single 2-star Magus art. Why would anyone spend it on such a spell? It could be said that those who did had done so for research purposes. Since age detection was a spell that relied on understanding the intricacies of the human body, comprehending it deepened one's understanding of healing magic. This was all to say that those who could afford to waste time learning such a high-level spell had exceptionally high standing within Camelot. In fact, they may be among those overwhelmingly influential individuals within the stands currently. The Earth Magus turned a helpless eye toward the stands. Obviously, he didn't have the ability to cast age detection. At that moment, several cold gazes flashed within the 21 to 30 group. It was nearly imperceptible, but Lionel caught onto a few, causing him to sneer within his heart. The longer he spent in this new world order, the more he learned about how useless ideas of law and justice were. Lionel, right? How about this? You're so powerful to begin with. Whether you participate in the lower or middle age bracket, the result will be the same. Why not just allow things to proceed as is? Lionel almost laughed in response. If that's the case, and the result is the same regardless, why not just let me participate in the lower age bracket? The Earth Magus was helpless. He was really hoping that Lionel would just take a step back. But Who knew where this child gained enough guts to be so contentious before the eyes of so many elites? In the end, he could only look toward the stands for guidance. Pope Margrave watched on, with an amused light in his eyes. He found Lionel to be quite interesting. From what he knew, this child was quite clever. If he was doing this, it meant he realized he was likely being targeted and simply didn't care to continue being respectful. Finally, someone from above stepped forward. When Lionel saw who it was, his internal sneer only deepened. 3-star official Magus Lionel is an orphan. His age is unknown. Judging by his level of strength and his accomplishments, it was decided that he would be allocated to the middle age bracket. This will mitigate the risk to other youths. In addition, it's believed that he has the strength necessary to protect himself. Lionel didn't have much of a reaction to these words. I would like to ask for my age to be confirmed, please. Lamorak, who had obviously been the one to stand out, narrowed his gaze. The decision has been made. Is that so? Lionel asked. Are you certain? Lamorak's aura suddenly became sharp. I could just cast it myself if it's really so troublesome, Lionel said, as though not noticing Lamorak's expression. Before anyone could react, a strong wind surged around Lionel. 1 second, 2, 3. Shoo! A light formed around Lionel's body as motes of light began to form from his body. The lights grew in number and gathered. Soon, the spell dimmed, leaving the truth apparent for all to see. 18 motes of light. The 19th barely formed before collapsing. Not only was it clear that Lionel was only 18 years old, it was obvious that he was only about halfway 19. Lamorak's brow twitched. Chapter 263. It shouldn't be a problem now, right? Lionel said calmly. Please allocate me amongst the lower age bracket. There's no need to make wild guesses and conjectures any longer. There seemed to be nothing wrong with Lionel's words, but they were laced with a hidden sarcasm that gave away his immaturity. It seemed that he wasn't very good at controlling his emotions, but this only made sense. He was still a teenage boy. However, none of that mattered. He was in the right. All of Lamorak's diligent planning went to waste. Never did he think that Lionel would actually have the ability to cast such a spell. In the stands, Leonis smiled. This Lionel, it seems his true self is coming out more and more every day. If Lamorak keeps pushing his buttons, he might not light the ultimate result. Without a choice, Lionel was allowed to enter the lower age bracket. From start to finish, the two with the highest authority, King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, didn't say a single word. They didn't step forward to help Lamorak, nor did they say anything in favor of Lionel. It seemed they were intent on being spectators to the end. As rulers of a kingdom, they had long since become accustomed to internal strife. Though it was a bit surprising that Lionel could cast a 2-star Magus art, it wasn't as surprising as killing 2 demon lords. So in the end, it was still acceptable. Like this, Lionel's steam rolled through the lower age bracket. He didn't want to give Lamorak another excuse to target him. So since he was taking part in the Mage Academy selection, he used nothing but mage arts from start to finish, not pulling out his spear even once. In fact, he didn't need to use anything but apprentice arts. His skill and battle sense caught the attention of many of the elites of Camelot. With each passing moment, he only impressed them more. Despite knowing that he was being watched by so many powerful beings, he was still able to maintain his calm, taking control of the battlefield with practiced ease. The truth was that while they were impressed, Lionel was not. He could cast faster, his spirit pressure reserves were larger, and his ability was created to be calculative. If he couldn't defeat them, he would be no more than a joke. Lionel knew that it would be almost impossible to find those with his level of strength at his age within the 3rd dimension. Only those born in higher dimensions would be able to match him. Soon, the result was obvious. Lionel proceeded not to lose a single battle and claimed the first spot amongst the lower age bracket. Within the middle age bracket, 2 young men stood side by side as they watched this with cold expressions. In truth, if an age detection was cast on them, it would be found that they were in their mid-30s. They had already bended the rules to battle it out with Lionel and force him into a loss. But they had never expected such a result. The reason they could get away with such a thing was because they were merely the servants of the Lamorak night ship. Since they were orphans, they could use the same excuse of not knowing their own age as well. In addition, since they were mages, they looked younger than they really were. The truth was that though they had cold expressions, they were inwardly sighing breaths of relief. If they were caught, the one to suffer obviously wouldn't be Lamorak, but themselves. It could be said that Lionel had saved them as well. In a way, Lionel accepted his first-place token and turned to leave, not sparing a glance toward Lamorak again. Whether this matter would end with just this was still up in the air. Lamorak coldly watched as Lionel left. It could be said that he lost all face today without anything to show for it. However, he didn't feel hatred toward Lionel. He didn't do this because he hated Lionel. He simply didn't want Camelot to raise a snake in its grasses. Since this didn't work, he just had to think of something else. Lionel retreated to his living quarters. However, there was no happiness on his face. Instead, his gaze was suffused with a cold light. After a moment, he laid down a few auxiliary protection and detection spells before entering the segmented cubes lab setting. There were still 2 months left until the leaving date. So, he had to be prepared. First, he needed to complete his glove craft. After that, he would have to bite the bullet and make some utility treasures. Before, he didn't want to waste the precious ores he obtained from the Project Hunt Island because they were simply too difficult to gather and he wanted to save them for his divine armor. But now he had no choice. Lamorak seemed to believe that it would be a simple matter to deal with him. However, he had never been a pushover. As Lionel began to meditate, the cold determination within him only grew. He knew very well that at that moment, within the arena, the 100 or so elites of Camelot were discussing the placement of the youths the selection had just chosen. However, whether or not the position promised to him would be given to him was still up in the air. There were 3 reasons Lionel chose to come back to Camelot despite knowing this would be a possibility. After all, he had already been burned once by returning to the Royal Blue Fort. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice without reason. The first reason was information. He simply didn't know enough about the Merlin trials. Had he not returned, he would have no idea that the opening was still so many months away despite the appearance of that pillar of light. The second reason was due to the side quests. Completing and clearing this zone perfectly required Lionel to have a good relationship with Camelot. If he didn't, it would be several times more difficult. He didn't want to break off relations unless he absolutely had to. And finally, it was the Knight Academy. Lionel had still not gotten the opportunity to read through the libraries of the Knights. It was very possible that the information they held would help better his dreamscape. Thankfully, this selection provided a unique opportunity. The regulations of the academies had been relaxed so that students could improve in the time leading up to the opening. Lionel would take advantage of this time. He didn't know what trials lay ahead of him. For all he knew, his conjectures about the higher dimensional beings interfering with this zone might all be wrong. But the one thing he wouldn't be was unprepared. As expected, just as Lionel was beginning to lay out his plans, the debate between the elites of Camelot had begun. Chapter 264. Swirls of golden lines followed the arc of Lionel's hand. His quill worked quickly. Sometimes it was forceful and strong, other times it was soft and delicate. The blueprint of his craft grew more complex and intricate with each passing moment. The more time Lionel spent diving into the world of force crafters, the more he realized just how deep such a world was. The ultimate deciding factor of the complexity of craft was the number of parts it was constructed by. The number of parts that constructed a craft could decide whether it was simple to make or if it would be the bane of its creator. Of course, there were always exceptions to the rules. It was possible for lower part crafts to exceed higher part crafts in difficulty of construction. For example, The most complex craft Lionel had made to this point was his Earth Escape treasure. This Earth Escape treasure was only constructed of two parts: the outer band of the ring and the inner band. The outside was made of an earth elemental vessel, while the inner was made of a water elemental vessel. It was precisely the difficulty of balancing these two ores that made this treasure so difficult to construct. This was all to say that the number of parts was a deciding factor, but not the only factor. Unfortunately, Lionel was facing trouble on both sides now. Not only was this craft made of more parts than he had ever dealt with before, but it also involved very volatile elements he was having trouble controlling. The design he had settled on was a glove with 3 sleeves, one for his middle finger, one for his pointer finger, and the last for his thumb. Since his pinky and ring fingers weren't strictly necessary for using a bow, he decided to save on materials. However, it was impossible to construct a sturdy enough glove with metal while also maintaining flexibility if he forged it into one part. As such, he needed to account for his finger and thumb joints. In addition to this, Lionel wanted to use the properties of the ores he chose to increase the strength of his arrows. As a result, he needed to form force pathways within the glove. This added a level of complexity that was beyond his current skill. However, Lionel had his dream world. If he wasn't skilled enough now, he would practice and practice until he could accomplish his goal in real life. This craft will have a dual wind and lightning elemental affinity. He'll use the fluttering leaf or and second strike lightning elemental, or if others had Lionel's thoughts, they'd think he was insane. Fluttering leaf or was a wind elemental vessel, or best known for its lightweight. It's a favorite for constructing flight-type treasures, especially wings. Second strike lightning or was a favorite of lightning mages. However, its main use was in increasing thinking speed and casting speed. Using these two ores in a craft designed to strengthen arrows was practically unheard of. However, Lionel wasn't a fool. It was precisely because of these abilities that he wanted them. Though these ores were known for these abilities, they were ultimately still elemental vessels. As parts of this or family, their strength lied in storing their element. The reason they were known best for their respective abilities was because they were great at providing a controlled output of their abilities. Flight required a controlled stream of wind. If wind was erratic in flight, the likelihood of death was simply too high. On the other side of the coin, just how fragile was the nervous system? If a lightning, or could be relied upon to speed up one's thinking speed, it was as gentle as it came. This is what made these two Lionel's ideal choice. His hand was an important part of his body, especially his right hand, which was dominant in the wielding of his spear. In addition, an arrow had a slim and delicate body in most cases. Whether it was for his arrow or for his hand, Lionel had to maximize safety and not strength. Lionel knew he could pick other ores for a more exaggerated effect, but he was still too unskilled to guarantee their success. Maybe in the future he would look into such things, but for now, this would be his best shot. He'll use wind and lightning vein ores as the foundation of the force pathways within the glove. However, they'll only play a supporting role. All of the elemental force will be provided by the wind and lightning vessel ores. The final part will have 11 parts and be a Tier 9 black-ray treasure. Lionel continuously tweaked his final design. Any problems he found after simulating it in his dream world would be fixed immediately. He had no idea just how outstanding his feat was. Tier 9 Black Force crafters were rarities on fourth-dimensional worlds. There were many such worlds without even a single one. Such worlds had to rely on trade with better-off worlds or the rewards provided by higher-dimensional worlds for clearing zones. It could be said that the current Lionel was an anomaly amongst anomalies. Even he himself had underestimated just how valuable his ability was to his career as a force crafter. However, while Lionel was advancing by leaps and bounds, he was still ignorant to too many things. His value as a force crafter alone was enough for those of Earth to elevate him to the level of a god. Well, that was just one possibility. The other possibility would be them locking him up to refine craft for them to the end of his days like this, Weeks ticked by, and the call Lionel was waiting for finally happened. On that days, Lionel opened the door of his residence to find Leonis standing there waiting for him with a solemn expression. "Lionel, I hope you've been well." Leonis forced a smile. "My father seeks an audience with you." Lionel was stunned for a moment before his gaze narrowed. King Arthur wanted to see him. Chapter 265. A normal man wouldn't ever gain the right to enter a king's castle in his entire lifetime. But there were always rare instances in which one would gain such an opportunity. If you place yourself in one such person's shoes, it would be possible to imagine the surging emotions. The air of nobility that seemed to permeate every corner of the atmosphere bore down on the soul, as though wanting to suppress any ego and pave the path for reverence and respect. Lionel had never been to the capital city of Earth before. The best he had seen were images of the Grand Palace. He remembered feeling awe at the sight, and currently, he felt no different. He lacked such experiences in life. How could he not be surprised and even feel somewhat suppressed in such an atmosphere? The noble air, the well-trained guards, the lingering scent of superiority that hung in the air. It all weighed on his soul, and it felt like the closer he got to the throne room, the greater the pressure grew. Lionel didn't even realize it, but he subconsciously took several steps back in his mind. These weren't physical steps, but rather mental ones. It was like he was making concessions before the talks even began. Leonis calmly observed Lionel from his side, but once again didn't say much of anything. This time, it wasn't because he was testing Lionel, but rather because there were too many forces at play this time. If Leonis had to choose a side to be on, he would choose his father 10 out of 10 times. He was the man he admired most in his life. He also admired Lionel and even took him for a friend. But it was simply impossible for Lionel's relationship with him to trump his relationship with his father. "Enter." A dignified voice shook Lionel's heart, and the doors to the throne room opened. Lionel had seen such a place already. The throne room of Pope Margrave wasn't much different aside from the fact this place was much less bright. However, Pope Margrave didn't give Lionel such an oppressive feeling. Compared to the laid-back version of himself at the selection, King Arthur didn't carry the same carefree smile. Rather, his brows held a touch of dignity, and his lips were pressed into a relaxed line that hid his emotions to perfection. Lionel approached the throne and knelt to one knee as a sign of respect. He had read about proper mannerisms within the libraries of both academies. Following them wasn't very difficult thanks to his pristine memory. However, due to this knowledge, Lionel also knew that he wasn't meant to rise until he gained King Arthur's acceptance. Lionel had thought he would hear something immediately, but he never expected for his show of respect to be greeted with a long, drawn-out silence. 3-star official Magus Lionel, born an orphan to the Fiori barony, recommended by 3-star apprentice knight Heckle. Another long pause came after King Arthur said these things before he continued. Just these 3. The information networks of Camelot have been working in full force for over a month, yet this is all they could find out. So, I will ask you this question once and once only. Who are you? The more King Arthur spoke, rather than becoming more and more nervous, Lionel actually felt himself becoming eerily calm. This feeling of helplessness had been gripping him a lot recently. Whether it was the battle at the fort, his run-in with Hacker Hutch, his battle with Lamorak, and now with this King Arthur who seemed intent on using his position of power to pressure Lionel into breaking down and telling the truth of his origins. He found that with each time this happened, it felt worse than the last. Normally, it would make sense that he would get used to it. After someone lowered their head once, it became easier and easier to do it as time went on. Eventually, raising it back up again became an impossible task. But, for whatever reason, this didn't happen to Lionel. King Arthur didn't seem to notice anything. But Leonis, who had gained a deep understanding of Lionel over the past months, suddenly felt that Lionel's aura was growing more and more stable. Leonis' expression flickered for just a moment. Lionel remained silent. However, His lack of a response made King Arthur's gaze narrow. The throne room didn't have many guards. There was simply no need. The most powerful warrior of Camelot was before them. So how many guards did he really need? But it was safe to say that those who were here were the cream of the crop. Seeing Lionel's lack of a response, their auras, too, grew sharper. What happened next was completely unexpected. Lionel stood. Without word from King Arthur, on his own accord, he stood and brushed his knees as though there was dirt on them. In such a pristine and well-maintained castle, where could there possibly be a speck of dust to find? At that moment, Lionel suddenly realized that he didn't like kneeling. If His Majesty, King Arthur, has something to say, please be frank with me. My history is, as you say, there's nothing out of place. There's nothing more I could say about it. This was Camelot, not Earth. Did this King Arthur think he was a fool? Commoners didn't receive birth records, least of all orphans. Only nobles had the right to such a thing. On top of that, the Fiori barony King Arthur mentioned was within the Yellow Mission Ring. Camelot's influence in that region was especially weak. All this pressure King Arthur was placing on him, pretending as though he had already seen through Lionel, was all useless pretense. Lionel understood enough about Camelot after reading so many books that he could accurately guess that the likelihood he had been seen through was less than 7%. At most, they'd have suspicions. Therefore, reacting with righteous indignation now was the proper reaction. That said, the current Lionel truly wasn't acting. He was pissed off. Maybe if it wasn't for his friendship with Lioness, he wouldn't mind exposing Queen Guinevere's extramarital affair right here and now. Lionel continued without waiting for an inevitably shocked reaction. If you would like to side with Sir Lamorak over me and rescind my right to enter the Merlin trials, just say so. Chapter 266. Lionel raised his head to look toward King Arthur. His gaze was as calm as a lake, splitting the kingly aura that descended upon him in a steady stream. King Arthur's aura became more and more stifling. It wasn't just him. The guards along the walls of the throne room felt rage and indignation. Who was this boy to speak to their king in such a way? It had to be remembered that though King Arthur was an orphan, he was still of noble birth. To the people of Camelot, his orphan status wasn't as important as his royal blood. From the very beginning, he was destined to be king. To the subjects of Camelot, the difference in worth between Lionel and their king was obvious. How could they allow such an infringement on his dignity? At that moment, Arthur felt a hint of rage in his heart. When had he ever been disrespected in this way? Ever since he pulled the sword from the stone, his life had completely changed. He hadn't suffered a single setback. In that journey up, his knights were his brothers in arms. Lamorak and the others grew up by his side. He would have never made it here had he not relied on the judgment of his close friends. It was impossible for a king to make every decision himself and see through every mystery alone. Even if he appreciated Lionel's talent, Lamorak wasn't asking him to kill him. He was only asking him to rescind an entry right. Though this was still quite a major ask, it was still acceptable under the circumstances. It was true that King Arthur had already decided to side with Lamorak. However, he had decided to question Lionel first. In his mind, Lionel was just a teenage boy, under the oppression of kingly might. Any flaws he had would be obvious for all to see. However, what he had never expected was for Lionel to react like this. It was true that Lionel had the right to feel indignant. A major opening of the trials only happened once or twice a century. If he missed this opening, it would mean that he would never live up to his full potential. However, Camelot was in a precarious position right now. King Arthur would rather wrong an innocent than give way to a villain. Whether it was the internal strife with the church or the outside pressure of the demon army, both were issues that couldn't be looked down upon. If he also raised another tiger in the meantime, his kingdom might truly crumble. He already had his back pressed against a wall, yet now he was withstanding the verbal assault of the junior. How could he not be enraged? King Arthur slowly regained his calm. Though his heart was billowing with anger, his face had hardly shown any ripples from start to finish. He was a king. In the end, he wouldn't lower himself to the level of a child. 3-star official Mage Lionel, it has been decided by the Royal Court of Camelot that your rights for entry into the Merlin trial gates will be rescinded. You may leave. King Arthur felt no need to explain himself. He could insist that Lionel's origins were too mysterious. He could say that Lamorak and he had fought side by side on many battlefields, and he trusted the judgment of his brother. He could bring up any number of fallacious reasons he wanted. However, he didn't. He disdained to. What reason did he have to explain himself to someone beneath him? He was a king, the king of Camelot. His word was final. That said, this king could have never expected Lionel's response. Lionel nodded as though this judgment had nothing to do with him. Then, he turned to leave without another word. He had entered this castle with awe in his heart, and he left with indifference hanging around him. He didn't even bother to bid farewell to Lioness. King Arthur's gaze flashed with rage, but Lionel's footsteps didn't pause. It was complete disregard. In the end, King Arthur chose not to move, even waving his guards who had half unsheathed their weapons off. As Lionel walked out, he affirmed something in his heart. There were many versions of King Arthur. There were stories that painted him as a heroic man, without flaws, who only fell due to the betrayal of those closest to him. However, there were others that painted him as a hero of an era with tragic flaws that drove those closest to him away. After this interaction, Lionel already knew which version of King Arthur he was dealing with. Long after Lionel left, King Arthur let out a sigh and shook his head. He ultimately wasn't an oppressive ruler. He had his own guilty conscience, but that didn't mean he would change his mind. He had already decided to side with Lamorak. "Father, I think you've made the wrong decision." Lioness, who hadn't felt it was right to follow Lionel, stayed behind. After a long while, he finally spoke these words. So this is why you decided to stay back. In recent days, it seems like you haven't wanted to spend any time with this father of yours at all. If others knew this, they would be shocked. After all, Lioness had nothing but admiration for his father. Avoiding him didn't sound like something he would do. "Father," King Arthur waved his hand. "Say no more. The decision has been made. The words a king speaks can't be so easily taken back. He is an earth mage, so ensure that this is properly accounted for. Ensure that he doesn't leave Camelot within the next year. After this, let him go and do as he pleases. If he moves to join Madrid, kill him. If not, leave him be." King Arthur gave this task not just to his son, but his guards as well. Wouldn't it be too much of a joke if Lionel was allowed to escape through the ground and leave toward the trials even after he was banned from doing so? Chapter 267. Things progressed about how Lionel expected. When he returned to his living abode within the Mage Academy, he found that there were several spells deployed that he hadn't constructed himself. Many of them locked down space and prevented teleportation spells from activating. A few solidified the ground, impeding an Earth Mage's ability to use it to their benefit. And the majority were detection types, monitoring Lionel's every movement. Lionel's gaze flashed with rage. With a violent surge of his spirit pressure, the detection mage arts shattered like a rain of glass, crumbling beneath his might. It was hardly a second later when Lionel heard a knock on his door. He opened it to find a familiar face on the other side. These detection arrays were put in place for a purpose. Your freedom is not your own for the next year, under the rules set by His Majesty, King Arthur. If you destroy them again, it will be assumed that you are rebelling and you'll be treated as such. Lamorak spoke without emotion. Then, without waiting for Lionel to respond, he moved to the side and allowed a mage without affinity to enter Lionel's abode as though it was his own. With an apologetic look, the mage began to recast all of the detection mage arts Lionel had just shattered. It was only after 20 or so minutes that the mage finally finished and took his leave. After observing the whole process, Lamorak left the door ajar and took his leave. Bang! Lionel slammed the door shut with such force that it flew from its hinges. The commotion wasn't small. With Lionel's strength, let alone the door. Even the passageway it flew through was left with cracks that stretched along the wall. In fact, the sound was so abrupt and violent that Lamorak felt his heart skip a beat for just a moment. He seemed to have completely forgotten that he was dealing with a child. Was he supposed to expect that Lionel wouldn't make any sort of commotion? Lionel didn't even bother to deal with his now doorless abode. What was the point? If he was being monitored so thoroughly, who cared if he had a door or not? Might as well let them deal with the damage he caused. Lamorak's expression darkened. I advise you to control yourself. And I advise you to go fuck yourself. Lionel's temper flared. His eyes turned red, and he bore down on Lamorak with a savage expression nearing madness. It seemed that if Lamorak pushed him just one more step, he would flare up. But this time, they weren't on the broad streets of Camelot. If they fought here, Lionel might not care about the damage he caused, but Lamorak didn't have such a luxury. And Lionel was already too powerful to control with ease, even for him. As the clash between the two men continued, the crowd seemed to only be growing. The Mage Academy was a place of scholars to begin with. Normally, the academy would be exceptionally quiet. Even when two or more mages were conversing, they would keep their voices to respectable levels. Something like two people having an argument and causing so much noise was exceedingly rare. Lamorak saw the change to the situation and frowned. In the end, he backed down. After remembering that there was nothing Lionel could do but throw a tantrum, he regained his calm. However, this was still troublesome. It would be fine if he alone was losing face. But if others knew that Lionel was being targeted after all the merits he had accomplished for Camelot, it would become a problem. What neither King Arthur or Lamorak took into consideration was Lionel's own response to everything. Lamorak knew that if he didn't take a step back now and make some concession, Lionel might really disregard all consequences. If he thought about it, wasn't this the normal way anyone would react? Their actions were no different from cutting off Lionel's future. Who wouldn't be completely infuriated now? Lionel snorted coldly. With a grasping motion, he activated the one-star official art, Magic Touch, and flung the door closed behind him. Unfortunately, his forcefulness caused even more cracks to appear along the walls of the Mage Academy. The spectators were stunned. They couldn't help but send hesitant glances toward Lamorak. How could they not recognize a lofty knight of the Round Table? And even if they didn't, Lamorak's oppressive aura was enough for them to know that he wasn't simple. When these people dispersed, news of what happened here began to disseminate. There was an outpouring of sympathy for Lionel. Many wondered just why it was the royal family would treat such a talent this way. Many of the mages and knights of Camelot came from normal families. This was especially so for mages. Magic talent usually appeared randomly, except in cases where there was a lineage of exceptionally powerful magic users within a family. So, seeing that Lionel was being suppressed in such a way, it left them feeling cold. Of course, while there were those who felt sympathy, there would always be those of opposing views. For Lionel to gain a quota, he of course had to take a spot from others. There weren't just a few youths Lionel had beaten, and not just a few of them came from prominent families. It was just unfortunate that they weren't good enough to gain the quotas given to their families, so they could only fight it out with Lionel. Like this, Camelot split into two minds. It was then that rumors of Lionel's questionable background came into being. As a kingdom, how could Camelot not be capable of controlling narratives? Suddenly, Lionel's righteous indignation toward his treatment became the story of a man who couldn't control his emotions and couldn't repay kindness. Lionel was just a commoner. It was his good fortune that he was allowed to enter the Mage Academy. By some twist, news of Lamorak sparing Lionel's life and receiving the graciousness of Magus Aeliard spread as well. Like this, what should have been a story of Lionel being done wrong became a story Lionel's ungratefulness, a tale of an arrogant young man who let his success get to his head. However, the current Lionel didn't have a mind to pay to such things. The moment he slammed his door shut once more, his raging, savage expression became eerily calm. It was as though he was never enraged to begin with. It's time to leave this place. Chapter 268. Lionel wasn't a fool. He had already expected much of this to happen the moment he heard King Arthur's words. Everything he had done until now was just an act. In truth, Lionel really was enraged. But he wasn't the kind of person to blow up when he felt such a way. It was far more likely for him to grow calmer in such a situation, like a volcano waiting to erupt. His interaction with James during their final meeting was a perfect representation of this. Back then, Lionel had been feeling all sorts of emotions swirling in his mind. Yet, the outward persona had been calm and placid, even while he was losing a friend of a lifetime. This was just the kind of person Lionel was. In his brief interaction with Lamorak, he had accomplished two things. First, he made Lamorak underestimate him. A person who can't control their emotions isn't a very dangerous person at all. By painting himself out to be an immature teenage boy, much of his threat had been lessened by several degrees. However, this was just a secondary matter to Lionel. It would at most give him a small advantage. His true plan lied within the shattering of the detection arts. Lionel had no doubt that Lamorak would have a meeting with the mage who drew these arts very soon. In fact, that meeting might be occurring at this very moment. After that meeting, Lamorak would find out that of the arrays Lionel destroyed, there were still about 5% of them remaining. This would make Lamorak lower his guard even more. But they would have no idea that Lionel had already caused a flaw to occur within the arrays. Lionel walked to the center of his room and sat in meditation as though trying to calm himself. An hour later, he stood up and calmly left his room without a word. Lionel continued to walk as though nothing had happened. There was hardly anyone to find within the hallways of the Mage Academy, and the few that did see him only sent various glances Lionel ignored. Just minutes later, Lionel had already left the ground of the Mage Academy and out the gates of Camelot's walls toward the outer city. At that moment, within the Mage Academy, a familiar mage was sitting in a room adjacent to Lionel's, diligently monitoring the arrays he had cast. Though he didn't really know what was going on, what he did know was that he wasn't in any position to reject. This was an order that came from King Arthur himself, and was even being overseen by a knight of the Round Table. He might have been a 2-star magus, but his standing was far beneath that of others. What he was the very best at were auxiliary-type arts. He was a great addition to any special team unit. Whether it was detection, deciphering, or obstruction, he was good at them all. Even still, this magus didn't dare to be casual with his actions. Lionel was a person who had killed 2 demon lords. The number of individuals who had such a feat in Camelot didn't exceed 100 by much. And considering a population of tens of millions, it was clear that these individuals were elites amongst elites. However, even after many hours, the magus didn't find anything wrong. This is going to be a long year. The magus sighed. Detection arts didn't exactly work like the cameras of Earth. Rather, they locked onto an energy signature and fed back information about its location. By using many of them at once, it was possible to lock down a subject's position to the smallest detail. Visual detection arts were too easy to fool since they relied on an input of photons. Aura detection and locking arts were far better for high-level applications. They were much more difficult to fool and manipulate. Even if he, as a 2-star magus, was given ample time to do so, his success would be uncertain. Like this, time continued to tick by. Lionel's aura didn't budge a single inch. After raging, it seemed that he had resigned himself to his fate and hadn't made any other movements. Every so often, the magus would send another report to Lamorak, informing him that the situation was the same. In truth, Lamorak was also personally monitoring Lionel. It was just that his approach was a bit different. He stalked the walkways of the Mage Academy, scanning through any potential escape routes periodically. At that moment, he was in a state of meditation on the roof of the Mage Academy. To him, everything was within his grasp, and everything was going well. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Lionel's lack of movement. Helplessness was an expected emotion at this point. Still, something felt off about all of this to Lamorak. He just couldn't put his finger on it. He thought back to everything he knew about Lionel. In truth, it wasn't much. His interactions with Lionel had been few and far between. That said, with the exception of when Aeliard cast a mental art on Lionel, he had always been calm. But this wasn't enough for Lamorak to be suspicious. He hardly knew Lionel. For all he knew, Lionel's calm disposition was nothing but a facade he put up. Forget it. I will just go and check myself. Lamorak didn't feel that there was anything wrong. However, the unease in his heart wouldn't leave. He couldn't fathom how Lionel could ever leave with him monitoring the whole academy. But as long as he laid eyes on Lionel, everything would be fine. Lamorak appeared in the very same hallway, his expression darkening when he saw the cracks along the wall. The damage Lionel had caused was truly too much. Without so much as knocking, he tried to swing Lionel's door open. Unfortunately, the door fell over, exposing an empty room within. Lamorak's expression twitched. At that moment, blaring noises sounded from within Camelot. They were so loud that the earth seemed to shake beneath its pressure. Lionel, who had long left the range of Camelot, looked back with an expressionless visage. Then, he turned around and continued to walk away as though none of it had anything to do with him. Chapter 269. Find him. I don't care what you have to do. King Arthur's voice boomed across Camelot's castle. There was no doubt that it was completely rage-fueled. Even when Lionel had completely disregarded him, he hadn't felt so enraged. But now, he felt as though his face was being slapped for all to see. To him, it was perfectly fine if Lionel's future prospects were completely cut off. However, if Lionel were to leave the control of Camelot, every risk he had taken to now would be for naught. Now, not only had he offended maybe the greatest talent birthed since himself, he had also allowed this talent to vanish beneath his nose. No, it was even more shocking that this talent had the ability to disappear without any of them noticing in the first place. King Arthur's rage lit a fire beneath the elites of Camelot. Everything had already been dancing on a blade's edge for so long, and now this had suddenly shoved them all into death's abyss. The workforce of Camelot split into 3 teams under Arthur's urging. One focused on finding traces of Lionel, another studied the room he had left, and the last controlled the narrative of the capital, morphing the image of Lionel into one of an evildoer. However, the Magi were completely stunned after deeply analyzing the changes to Lionel's abode. The more they looked, the denser their cold sweat became. Just what kind of man had they made an enemy out of? After a thorough investigation took place and King Arthur learned what happened, his fury could tear a hole in the skies. It turned out that when Lionel shattered all of the detection arrays, he had taken the opportunity to infuse his aura into the walls. In this case, aura was just the signature of his spirit pressure. Every mage had a unique signature that couldn't be duplicated except by extremely skilled auxiliary mages. However, the more powerful a spirit pressure, the more difficult it was to replicate. It was likely that there was no one in Camelot that could replicate Lionel's aura. Taking advantage of this, Lionel slowly controlled his spirit pressure to influence the newly constructed detection arrays after Lamorak confronted him for destroying them. Then, as though that wasn't enough, when Lionel slammed the door, he directly tampered with the last line of defense the Magus had left. However, because he had missed those arrays when he first destroyed the detection arts, the Magus and Lamorak both subconsciously believed that he wasn't skilled enough to see them, so they weren't tipped off by Lionel's actions. But none of this was what truly infuriated King Arthur. According to eyewitness reports, Lionel left barely an hour after his initial interaction with Lamorak. He didn't wait until the dead of night. He didn't sneak out and slink around like a rat. He walked straight out the Mage Academy, through the gates of Camelot, and out without even quickening his steps. Blatant disregard. Blatant disrespect. It was as though he was using his actions to show them just how little regard he had for them and their statuses. Due to the fact Camelot had initially tried to keep the matter regarding Lionel under wraps, those who knew the truth behind the matter were strikingly few. As a result, Lionel walked out like a free man without a single issue. Now that they were spreading the narrative and more people were finding out about it, it was already too late. Lionel could have used any number of techniques. He could have used the light refraction magus art to hide himself from the eyes of others. He could have escaped through the earth after leaving the restrictive arrays of his abode. He could have even taken his time to set up a teleportation art to leave the range of Camelot's influence. Yet, he chose none of these paths. He chose the simplest and most disrespectful method he had available to him. Such a thing not only left the cheeks of Lamorak and King Arthur burning, but it fueled their hearts with rage. For the first time, Lamorak felt something other than indifference when he thought of Lionel. Initially, to him, this was never about Lionel. This was only a simple risk assessment in his eyes. In truth, many of the elites of Camelot had already concluded that Lionel was most likely the recipient of a minor opening of the Merlin trials. This would perfectly explain his weird gadgets, his strength, and especially his spears. It made sense that while their King Arthur gained the sword inheritance of Merlin, Lionel gained the spear inheritance. After thinking to this point, there was no reason for them to obstruct Lionel, who had easily divulged the fact they had benefited from a minor opening. The fact so many held on tightly to this secret was why they knew so little about minor openings. However, back then, Lamorak had felt an itch in his heart despite thinking this made sense. He simply hadn't thought of it before. Due to this itch, he decided to implore King Arthur to place Lionel under house arrest. Though King Arthur was initially reluctant, after Lamorak described his worries and his opinions on Lionel's character, King Arthur ultimately decided to trust in his longtime confidant. However, neither of them could have ever expected this result, and it was now guaranteed that Lionel would never stand with Camelot again. In addition, if he truly was Merlin's chosen spear heir, as many of them thought, then it wouldn't be long before his strength was beyond anything anyone but King Arthur and Modred could face. Unfortunately, time was running out. The opening of the trial gates was quickly approaching. Camelot simply didn't have the manpower necessary to split for such a large search. That said, everyone knew where Lionel's ultimate destination would land him. Suddenly, whether it was King Arthur, Lamorak, or the elite families of Camelot, they all had one more enemy outside of the demons. Chapter 270. Days after Lionel's escape, Camelot finished its preparations. Unfortunately, due to the demons taking the initiative, Camelot had lost its footing around the Merlin trial grounds. Without a choice, their only method of gaining entry was to fight to reclaim the land they had once lost. However, this matter wasn't so simple at all. Since Camelot knew what it had to do, how could Modred's army not also be aware? Long before Camelot began their march, waves of demons had already begun to assault the red and yellow rings of Camelot. Not only were there large numbers of humanoid demons, but the number of beast demons far outstripped even them, placing Camelot on the precipice of disaster. In such a situation, the elites of Camelot were hard-pressed to address everything. At this point, King Arthur no longer had the luxury to continue thinking about Lionel. Even without Lionel, it seemed that their kingdom might be on the brink of collapse. The truth was that Modred didn't have the ability to take down Camelot so easily. But the root of the problem was that Camelot's elites all wanted to enter the trial gates. And even beyond that, from a certain angle, they had to. If the demon elites entered, but Camelot could not, the disparity in their strengths would grow exponentially. Like this, Camelot's advantage of quality over quantity would disappear and their days would be numbered. However, it was impossible for all elites of Camelot to enter. If they did, who then would defend the common people? If they sacrificed the common man, so what if they came back more powerful? Would they even have a kingdom to return to by then? The trials could take upwards of several years to complete. In such a situation, how could they possibly leave Camelot undefended for so long? So, some had to stay behind, but the question was who? The internal strife of Camelot only grew worse as a result. The battle for quotas reached a fever, and those who were forced to stay behind no doubt had resentment buried deep within their hearts. However, the troubled times had not come to an end. Even after those who would stay and go were decided, those who would go didn't have an easy path waiting for them. Not only had the demons invaded the lands of Camelot, forcing a portion to stay back and defend, but there were also waves of demons obstructing their path forward. With the best teleportation formations of Camelot only being able to take on 10 people at once, at most, the only option was to march on foot. However, this left them vulnerable to bloody battle after bloody battle. By the time Camelot returned to the border region and approached the entrance, their numbers had been significantly waned, and those who survived weren't in the greatest of condition. The worries of Camelot had nothing to do with Lionel. As a lone traveler, and with his overwhelming internal sight, Lionel hardly found trouble making his way back to the border region. Lionel chose to continue on foot rather than setting up a teleportation array. The accuracy of long-range teleportation arrays was lacking unless two were connected over a distance. Obviously, Lionel didn't have the luxury of doing so, or else what would be the point of using one at all? There were short-ranged mage arts among those that Lionel knew. However, not only did they consume a large amount of spirit pressure, even for a person like Lionel, but they also took a long time to cast. It took a normal magus upwards of half a minute to cast one such art. As for Lionel, it would take at least 10 seconds. Such arts were best used by skilled mages who could dual cast, meaning preparing one art while casting others to stall the enemy. Lionel had yet to need to do such a thing, especially since even with his spirit pressure, he could at most use such arts about 10 times in a single battle. Luckily, Lionel had already made his way through this region once before with Lionis. Though it was through teleportation stations, he still had a general idea about the direction. All he had to do was make it to the border region, and he was certain he wouldn't miss that massive pillar of light. As expected, before even leaving the Red Ring, Lionel could already see the pillar in the distance. In fact, even without using his eyes, he could sense the massive force fluctuations in the air. All he had to do was follow his senses toward the region of highest concentration. Light refraction. Reaching this region, Lionel became more cautious. Light refraction was only able to hide him from sight. It was a one-star magus light art that refracted light around a subject. Since vision relied on the feedback loop of light, doing such a thing essentially made one invisible. The attack arts of light magic might have been rare, but there were countless auxiliary arts just like this. Unfortunately, it couldn't fool internal sight. But for Lionel's current uses, it was perfect. Since the border region was exceptionally bland, light refraction worked particularly well. It might falter in regions with complex terrains, but the border region was just a vast expanse of gray, cracked lands. There was nothing to worry about here. Lionel rapidly closed the distance toward the pillar of light. The closer he got, the denser the population of demons became. It was obvious that Madrid was casting a tighter and tighter net around the trial gates. Eventually, the encirclement of demons became so thick that Lionel no longer dared to move forward normally. Earthen Road. Lionel sunk into the ground. Earthen Road was a 3-star magus art. It took a while for Lionel to cast. However, when he had time to prepare and could use it in conjunction with his Earth Escape treasure, he could travel through the ground as though walking on land. Lionel approached slowly, keeping his movements measured so as not to alert those above him. When he felt that he was about half a kilometer away from the location of the Merlin trial gates, he came to a stop. Even without extending his internal sight for fear about being noticed, he could still feel the dense demonic energies above him. It was no surprise that the elites of Madrid's demon army were located above him at this very moment. I doubt that Madrid wants to wipe out Camelot now. It's likely she simply wants to weaken the force entering the gates. It seems she's quite a calculating person. Camelot and Modred weren't the only two Lionel was worried about. He was also thinking about the 11 others who entered with him in addition to the potential interference of the higher dimensional beings. Nothing about the next few years would be easy. Lionel covertly deployed a vision array. Though it was quite low level, this was actually a good thing. It was less likely for those powerful entities to detect such a low-level spell. Since Lionel didn't dare to use his internal sight, he had to observe the situation some other way. Finally, Lionel buckled in. He knew that a major battle was about to be fought above him. In the meantime, he might as well put some finishing touches on his trump cards. However, Lionel never expected to find the scene he did within the lab setting of the segmented cube. Chapter 271. Bang, bang, bang. Streaks of black and silver launched across the lab setting. Lionel usually kept the lab setting exceptionally tidy. His father's blueprints were always neatly arranged. The ores he used were always placed within the snow globes after he was finished, and any scraps he had remaining had their own place as well. However, the lab setting was currently an absolute mess. Lionel's craft table was overturned. His father's blueprints were scattered and by some miracle managed to remain undamaged. At the same time, the snow globes, which were once neatly arranged by category and type, were sprawled all along the ground. The two clashing entities continued without a care in the world, as though not noticing Lionel's presence at all. Lionel's brow twitched several times. "Hey!" Finally unable to take it, he roared out in full force, fusing his spirit pressure into his voice. As expected, it completely disrupted the rhythm of the two fighting streaks of light, causing them to fall over. After rebounding along the ground, the streak of silver shot toward Lionel, landing on his shoulder and bouncing up and down as though venting its frustration. By that point, the identities of the two became obvious to Lionel. The silver streak was Lionel's metal spirit familiar, Little Tolliver. As for the black streak, well, the little mink landed on the ground, a dissatisfied expression on its little face as though it was unhappy with the sudden change of events. It shook its little head, clearing its vision. When it saw Lionel, its eyes lit up with a hint of fondness. Lionel frowned. "What's going on? Is it possible to overshoot the entry limit of a zone?" Lionel took out the dictionary. He was extremely confused at this moment. First, there was the fact the little mink exited the snow globe without his permission. This was already questionable. But beyond that, this zone should have a limit of 12 individuals. According to what Lionel knew, the universe didn't treat the life of a beast or a human any differently. Both were instances of life. As such, a beast should count as an entry, no? Now that Lionel thought about it, shouldn't little Tolly also count as an entry? Before, Lionel had ignored it because he assumed that since Tolly was his familiar, the both of them together counted as one entry. But the appearance of the little mink made him rethink it. Originally, he thought that maybe the suspended animation state the little mink had entered had allowed it to skirt the requirements of the zone. But now it had obviously somehow made its way out. Was it so easy to circumvent the rules of a zone? Unfortunately, Lionel was thinking too simply. Spatial treasures capable of housing life were exceptionally rare to begin with. Someone like Lionel, who had the segmented cube, was so rare that 1 in a million didn't do it justice. Easy was only a relative term to Lionel himself. For others, accomplishing the same feat would be impossible. That said, that didn't mean there weren't consequences. Ping, replying to Seed, it is possible to overshoot the entry limit of a zone. Lionel blinked, his mind spinning. He froze a moment later, suddenly thinking of something and almost cursing the dictionary for being too blunt again. Is there a penalty for doing so? Ping, yes. What penalty? Lionel's heart sank. Ping, The most frequent penalty is a time reduction. Lionel nearly cursed. This damn little mink, it was always causing him problems. The original time limit of 10 years was already pushing it. Though, now that Lionel had given up on perfectly completing the zone, it was still hard to say whether whatever reduction penalty he faced would allow him to clear the main quest. According to the dictionary, the main question was to save King Arthur. With how complicated everything was becoming with Modred's actions, it was hard to tell exactly what that entailed. Lionel really couldn't afford a time reduction. Lionel sucked in a cold breath and calmed himself. Worrying now wouldn't be helpful to him. How much time do I have left after the reduction? Asterisk ping. 821 days remaining, Lionel winced. That was a little under 5 years. The little mink's appearance really almost half the time he had left. How infuriating. Could it be that little Tolly doesn't influence the time? Asterisk ping asterisk. Replying to seed. Little Tolly's soul is fused with seeds. As such, it does not count. Lionel could only let his frustration dissipate. There was already nothing he could do. Suddenly, arcs of lightning flashed within Lionel's dreamscape, causing his gaze to brighten. 2 questions. How was the time reduction calculated? Secondly, if I meld my soul with the little mink, will the time penalty lessen? Asterisk ping asterisk. Replying to seed. Only 5 of the initial entries still remain alive. Due to this, the penalty for an additional entry was reduced greatly to just a half reduction. Lionel's eyes widened. There is such a thing? 7 of the 12 that entered died. Already? How? Lionel felt a cold sweat mat his back. The dictionary's meaning was that the penalty would have been even worse if not for these deaths. He had been so lost in his own grievances and improvements that he had forgotten that this was an SS grade zone. It should be at humanity's limits to clear a zone like this. It couldn't be done casually. Yet, because of Lionel's actions, the well-planned teams designated by the Slayer Legion became imbalanced. He likely ruined much of their plans. In truth, it wasn't Lionel's fault. It was the fault of the Aderna family. Lionel was originally slotted as an entry from the very beginning thanks to his performance. But something told Lionel that this sound logic wouldn't be accepted by the members of the rebels. Now that Lionel thought about it, he had also almost died. Had it not been for a stroke of fate, he too would be among the dead. Thinking to this point, Lionel grew several levels more serious. In this place, his life was truly on the line. He couldn't take things lightly. Yes, becoming one with the little mink would remove the penalty, though only by a margin. Lionel took a deep breath. His plan was simple. The messenger mages of the front lines had given Lionel no small amount of inspiration. Usually, those beast-taming mages could only control weak-willed animals with low intelligence, such as the falcons and hawks they used to pass on messages. However, Lionel had several advantages over them. Firstly, his spirit pressure was several times more powerful. Secondly, he had several methods of lulling the little mink's mind into lowering its guard. He had to at least take the chance if possible. All this said, Lionel couldn't have possibly guessed what would happen next. The little mink blinked out and into existence. When it reappeared, it had already sat on Lionel's opposite shoulder, standing in opposition to little Tolly. At first, Lionel had his guard up, but his strong internal sight suddenly felt something stretch out from the little mink to him, tying them together. Lionel's expression changed. He felt a subtle link between himself and the little mink. But it wasn't through their souls, but rather, Lionel took a step, his face twitching. Our shadows are connected. Lionel subconsciously felt that this connection was no weaker than a soul connection. In some ways, it might have been even deeper. Chapter 272. What has happened? Asterisk ping asterisk. The little mink has used its shadow world ability to tie Seed's shadow to its own. What the hell does that mean? Lionel didn't understand. A shadow was just a body blocking light from reaching the ground. It shouldn't have been any more or less. How do you tie 2 shadows together? And worst yet, he didn't even have the means to resist. What if this was detrimental to him? Asterisk ping asterisk. C can consider this a magic system unique to the little mink's ability. Lionel's eyes widened before he came to a certain understanding. It turned out that the universe could introduce new magic systems not only through mythological zones, but also through abilities. Then what does the melding of our shadows mean? Asterisk ping asterisk. To the little mink, shadows function similarly to souls. Connecting you shadows is similar to the little mink taking you as a familiar. Lionel's lip twitched. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? He was the one getting treated like a pet now. He really didn't know how he was supposed to react to such a thing. Lionel sighed and shook his head. Soul Reader. Soul Reader was a 1-star Megasart. It wasn't as exaggerated as allowing one to read someone's mind, but it could be used against low-intelligent creatures to understand the general gist of their emotions. When Lionel cast this on the little mink, he felt waves of fondness and gratitude infiltrate his mind. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Oh, this little guy must think I was the one who saved it from that monocle-wearing bastard. Lionel scratched his nose, feeling a little bit like he was taking advantage of a child. Though he had indeed saved the little mink back then, that was for his own purposes. He would have felt more comfortable just killing it, but his heart had softened at the last moment. In addition, the only reason he saved the little mink was to stop Simeon from using his ability to control it. That would have put him in a bad situation. So it could be said that he had done so for his own selfish reasons. Lionel shook his head and smiled. He guessed this was just fate. If he could take the little mink as a partner, even if it meant taking on a time reduction penalty, it was worth it. After all, this little guy was extremely powerful. If it wasn't so immature and infantile in its thinking, it would have played Simeon to death. Unfortunately, it was still young and inexperienced. Lionel scratched its little head. Yep, yep. The little mink rubbed its head against Lionel's fingers. All right, they'll call you Black Star. How about it? Yep, yep, yep. The little mink seemed to like its new name. Blop boop. On Lionel's opposite shoulder, little Tolly seemed a bit disgruntled. Clearly, it didn't like little Black Star too much. All right, all right. Lionel let little Tolly rush around his fingers and wrist. After the little guy began to evolve, it learned to control its corrosive property a bit more. As long as it wasn't activated, there was nothing to worry about. With Lionel's help, it had already reached the Tier 7 black grade of evolution. Who knows, maybe if its control increased, Lionel could use it to take this damned wrist watch off without taking his hand with it. Watching his two familiars glaring at one another, Lionel felt his mood lighten. It had been a long time since he could genuinely smile. It felt like ever since he sent Ano away and fell out with James, everything had only been getting worse and worse for him. I don't know enough about this little guy's ability to make proper use of him. After smiling for a moment, Lionel thought of a problem. The little mink's greatest weakness was its poor battle sense. Lionel could technically make up for that, but the prerequisite was understanding the little guy. If he couldn't, then he would be limiting the little guy too much. Lionel tried to ask the dictionary, but unfortunately, it could only give him vague hints. Even the dictionary didn't have the ability to give him too many details. There were simply too many variables when it came to abilities. Shadow World. Shadow World. Forget it, they'll just slowly figure everything out. Lionel planned to use Soul Reader consistently in the future. As long as he paid more attention to Little Black Star while he used his abilities, it would be easier to gain a grasp on how Shadow World worked. Just when Lionel had made this decision, the ground began to shake. Due to the fact he was underground, it felt as though the rumbling was within his chest, even to the point his teeth began to clatter. Lionel's gaze narrowed, turning his attention to the video capturing array he left on the surface. The scene he saw was about what he expected. On one side, a beaten and haggard group of human knights and mages stood. It was clear that fatigue was written all over their faces. However, their gazes remained sharp, almost like half-unsheathed blades. In the midst of these humans, there was a man clad in white armor. The Spalders were shaped into roaring white tigers, giving him a valiant and partly barbaric appearance. Lionel immediately recognized this man as King Arthur. On the other side, there was a horde of demons. They weren't nearly as organized, but their eyes reddened with fighting intent. Some of them with part bestial bodies let their tongues hang from their mouths, not caring as thick, grotesque globs of saliva dripped down. In the midst of these demons, Lionel's eyes locked onto a woman. In truth, this woman should have taken his breath away. She had a valiant air that reminded him of Aina, but she had a maturity Aina was still lacking. Her body seemed carved by the hands of God, perfectly proportioned and without an inch out of place. The way her black armor flowed into a skirt that revealed two long, pale legs could grip the gaze of all those who saw her. However, Lionel hardly spared this woman a glance, because his eyes landed on something else directly afterward. It was yet another woman. She too was beautiful, though somewhat lacking in comparison to the woman donning black armor. She wore fiery red armor and had a cap of red feathers attached to her shoulders. Still, it wasn't her looks that caught Lionel's attention. Gazing upon her, his eyes couldn't help but narrow Supreme Monet. Chapter 273. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. If Monet had managed to get close to Madrid, this was either a good thing or a bad thing. Something like betraying Lionel and siding with the demons was impossible. After all, doing so would put Monet's life on the line as well. Unless her zone detection treasure made a mistake. Lionel had already learned the hard way that such treasures tended to be unreliable. Had it not been for his luck until now, he probably would have fallen in a zone already simply due to lack of information. If Madrid's detection treasure informed her that the main quest was to save King Arthur, this could be a good thing. However, if for whatever reason it was off in its assessment, then Monet might become an enemy Lionel had to fight against. This might be a problem. Lionel looked through the rest of the opposing armies. He immediately found the remaining three who had entered with him. Big Buddha, Little Nana, Violet Rain. Lionel was stunned. Could it be that adorable little girl was all alone now? What happened to the rest of the Aderna family? Did they all really die? Lionel knew that there was an escape ticket to leave zones. However, he couldn't imagine that a family would leave their little sister behind like this. There had to be another explanation. On the other side, the fact that only Monet, Big Buddha, and Violet Rain stood on the side of the demons likely meant the others were dead, including Badger's partner, Mayfly. Lionel didn't know how to feel about this. Though he had no love lost to the Slayer Legion, Mayfly had been among the two who came to save him. Though he didn't really need such help at that time, sometimes the thought was as important as the action. The two armies faced each other, the tension towering into the air. King Arthur sat upon his horse with a stoic expression. A strong dignity scrunched his brows. The version of him now was completely unlike the enraged monarch he had been before. Rather, he had once more regained his bearing, facing off the enemies of humanity with a valiant momentum. On the opposite side, Madrid stood. Unlike King Arthur, her demeanor didn't hold any dignity. This wasn't to say that her momentum lost out, but rather than her method of showing her majesty was much different. While King Arthur was incomparably serious, surrounded by 6 of his originally 12 knights, she was completely indifferent. It was as though she didn't put Camelot in her eyes at all. Draw! King Arthur's mighty roar was met by the sounds of unsheathing blades. Their movements were as one, causing the sharp, metallic resonance to fuse into one, piercing toward the rumbling, black clouds above. At that moment, the pillar of light to Madrid's back suddenly shuddered, splitting in two and slowly opening. Madrid's indifferent expression curled into a smile. It carried a hint of seduction and teasing. It was the kind of expression that a daughter should never give a father. But those who were aware of the relationship between Madrid and King Arthur were few and far between. There's no need to fight now, is there? We can simply enter together and leave the rest up to fate. Modred's delicate voice should have made them sigh a breath of relief, but instead made their rage bubble up. No need to fight. They had known nothing but battle for nearly the whole of this last month. Now, they finally met the enemy that was the cause of all their frustrations, but she actually said that there was no need to fight. It was as though they had met the enemy of a lifetime, but could do nothing but watch as they basked in their own success. The worst part was that they knew they had no choice but to play along with this enemy's wishes. King Arthur's jaw set, but he didn't flare up. His cold, blue eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Their army had been worn down during this travel. Entering the gates in this condition would no doubt put them at a great disadvantage. Modred definitely knew this. There was no need for her to put her own people at risk. It was more important to enter. Without another word, she turned, leading the demons into the wide expanse. She didn't even protect her back. This not only showed her disregard for Camelot, but also how little she cared about the lives of the demons who served her. While they had to worry about the emotions of humans and protecting their lives, Modred didn't have to care for any of this. King Arthur calmed the rage in his heart. They had already sacrificed so much to get here. They couldn't afford to sacrifice anymore. He swept a glance over the would-be battlefield, but he didn't find a hint of Lionel's shadow. This realization caused him to frown. He waved a hand. "Gawain, stay back and guard the gate. Only enter at the last moment, and make sure you are the last to do so." One of the knights by Lionel's side nodded. He was King Arthur's nephew, a knight of the Round Table, Sir Gawain. The relations between the knights were quite complex. Gawain was Lancelot's best friend. However, Lancelot wasn't present. Due to the complexities of Arthur and Lancelot's relationship, Arthur had no choice but to walk a fine line. As such, his compromise was forcing Lancelot to remain back and defend while Gawain was allowed to come. Unfortunately for Arthur, Lionel had no intention of being left out at the last moment. The moment Modred turned toward the gate, he had already begun moving through the ground. In this situation, he couldn't afford to continue being cautious. Maybe it was a bit expected, then, that Modred's steps would pause just when she was about to enter the gates. Her delicate brows arched, seemingly sensing something. Her gaze swept forward, landing on the precise piece of land Lionel was running beneath. Lionel's eyes narrowed when he sensed he had been locked onto, but he didn't change his direction nor slow his pace. In fact, he kept running beneath the ground. He was too far beneath the ground to be easily dealt with. Only an earth magus could disrupt him greatly. Modred's eyes twinkled as though she had found an interesting toy to play with. She could tell that Lionel had sensed her, yet he actually continued undaunted. By now, Modred wasn't the only one who noticed the oddity. Those of Camelot immediately knew who it was. They all knew Lionel was an earth mage. Who else could it be but him? Modred chuckled and didn't mind it anymore, stepping into the gate. The moment she vanished, Lionel had already cut deep into the demon army, shuttling through beneath their feet with the greatest speed he could muster. King Arthur's jaw clenched. He could have never imagined that Lionel would be so brazen. But if he thought about it, what had Lionel done to now that wasn't a slap to his face? Forward, he already knew it was too late to stop Lionel, but there would be plenty of chances to get rid of this potential trouble during the trials as long as they were anything like the last time he entered. Towards such an attitude, Lionel could only shake his head. He really didn't want to save such a man, but he had no choice if he wanted to keep his own life. Shaking his head, Lionel launched himself out of the ground, not minding that he appeared in the midst of several demons. His speed was too fast. Now that he wasn't a member of Camelot anymore, what could restrict him from using his light elemental force? In the blink of an eye, a streak of blinding gold appeared beneath Lionel's feet, and he entered the gate. Chapter 274. Just one chapter today. Lionel didn't find what he expected to find on the other side. From the reactions of the demon and human armies, it seemed that they would have another chance to deal with him within the trial. So, he had been fully prepared for an all-out battle the moment he stepped in. However, This wasn't what he found at all. At the moment, he stood on a dull, gray platform. It was a meter by meter in length and width. There was nothing particularly special about it at all, except for the fact it hung mid-air amidst an endless darkness. Lionel stretched out his senses, but he couldn't sense a ceiling nor a bottom. It was as though he was floating in the depths of space. It almost felt like a dream. But if it really was so, little Tolly wouldn't still be happily squirming around his fingers, nor would little Blackstar be lazily lying around his neck. Since both of them were by his side, it was clear that Lionel's true body had entered whatever space this was, at least upon his initial assessment. Just when Lionel was feeling confused, an aged voice suddenly rang around him. Due to the surroundings, it was difficult for Lionel to tell whether it was sounding directly in his head or if it was being transmitted to him some other way. But Lionel didn't linger on this question for too long, as the words the voice said caught his full attention. Lionel saw several orbs of light manifest before him. Each of them housed a different object. There was a sword, a bow, a spear, and a wand. Outside of these four, there were other more unconventional weapons. Lionel could see maces, staffs, and battle axes. But none were as large as the first four Lionel noticed. Am supposed to choose one of these? Lionel didn't really need to think much. He had never touched a sword before, and there was no real point in learning now. The spear was even easier to ignore. Though this might sound odd, after a moment of thought, it became obvious why. Everything in this trial was tied to the third dimension. It might very well become obsolete at higher realms unless Lionel put in the effort to evolve it. This zone represented an opportunity. All of the magic systems here had ample potential for growth if taken to the extreme. However, why would Lionel need to do such a thing for the spear since he already had the spear domain ring on his finger? The last two were a bit more difficult to choose between. Lionel was very interested in his world's mage art system. It had been very helpful to him to this point, and he could see it being useful at least into the immediate future. At the same time, Lionel had long since realized that his talent in the bow was overwhelming. Even though he had awakened his spear domain lineage factor, he still felt that his talent for marksmanship overshadowed it by a large margin. In the end, Lionel decided on the bow. It came down to a simple risk assessment. He had a legacy related to the Bowman King inheritance in his hands. From Lionel's understanding, this was related to a minor opening. Ellis had said that benefiting from a minor opening could give some advantages during a major opening. In that case, there really was only one option. Lionel had enough to worry about. It was in his best interest that he made everything that he could control as easy as possible. Lionel subconsciously took the deep black bow from his spatial bracelet. It alone stood as tall as any one of his spears. The moment Lionel acted, the sphere of light housing a bow reacted immediately, shooting toward him like a falling star and fusing into him and the black bow. Lionel raised an eyebrow. There was now a small, barely perceptible golden brand on the back of his hand. It looked especially faded, as though it had been drawn on then washed away. Lionel subconsciously felt that this tattoo of sorts would become very important very soon. Lionel didn't get much of a chance to observe the tattoo for long, because the situation around him changed completely in the next instant. His gray platform shot forward as though trying to fling him off. Luckily, some unknown force kept his feet planted, or else he really would have been in a sorry state. Lionel's vision blurred and his mind spun, not knowing whether he was moving up, down, left, or right left him completely disoriented. If it wasn't for a vague forward trajectory, he wouldn't have any idea where he was headed. Suddenly, the platform came to a grinding halt. Lionel's eyes squinted and he shook his head. At that moment, he felt several auras lock onto him, many of which were filled with killing intent. HM? Lionel's vision slowly cleared, allowing him to look around for the first time. What he saw left him smiling a bit bitterly. All around him, platforms just like his own hung in the vast expanse of darkness. There were about 200 of them in total, half of which were taken by humans and another half of which were taken up by demons. Many of the strings of killing intent came from the demons that floated around him, but that was simply due to their hatred of humans. The more pointed streams of killing intent actually came from the humans. Lionel could feel King Arthur's gaze sweep over him. But there wasn't just him. Supreme Monet was seemingly stunned and enraged to see him here. So many of her men had died in this place, yet Lionel had actually managed to survive. Whether it made sense or not, she subconsciously placed blame on Lionel for such a thing. Of course, she also hated the Aderna family for sticking their nose in a place it wasn't meant to be. However, some of this hatred was unwittingly directed toward Lionel as well. After ignoring the glances and regaining an air of calm, Lionel realized that everyone also held a weapon, but their weapons were strikingly different from his own. Compared to the powerful bow in his hand, theirs were mostly the most simple and crude weapons imaginable. They even reminded Lionel of the primitive man's spear. As Lionel was noticing their weapons, they too noticed his. Minor opening. They all understood immediately, and the light of greed lit in many of their eyes. Among those who were here, there were a striking minority who had such a luxury. The first was King Arthur. He wielded his sword with a valiant air. There was no doubt that this sword was the legendary Excalibur. The next was Modred. She held a wand as black as ink. It held an air of majesty that made Lionel's heart tremble. For some reason, he could see the faint image of an ink-black Chelan looming behind her. Surprisingly, the third was actually Pierce. This was likely a surprise, even to King Arthur and his men. Pierce's long twin swords gently touched the ground, being held lightly in his palms. The fourth was Pope Margrave. He held a radiant cross to his chest, as though sinking deep into a perpetual prayer. The light around him seemed to illuminate even the endless darkness. Before Lionel could observe the others, the situation changed once again. The world warped. A single massive gray platform over 20 meters in width and length appeared. At that moment, a demon's own gray platform shot forward, connecting to the massive platform outside of his control. Before Lionel could understand what was happening, a creature began to manifest. Chapter 275. Soon, an odd metallic beast came into being. At first it seemed that its metal coverings were just bits of oddly placed armor. However, when it began to stretch, it became obvious from its movement that these metallic shields were a part of its body. It stood on 4 limbs, looking somewhat like a large silver tiger. However, its tail was exceptionally long, being formed of shield-like scales that reminded one of the scorpion without the final pincer. This tail was almost like a whip, being double the length of the creature's body. It had 2 sharp tusks that left its mouth partially open. At the same time, it only had a single vertical eye that split its forehead in 2. At this time, the beast was surrounded by a shield. Though the voice had said that the first trial had begun, a step had to be completed first. The demon chosen to be first stood on its platform, facing the creature. However, he had yet to step on the main platform just yet. This wasn't because he was cowering in fear, but rather because odd patterns had begun to form before him. He wasn't the only one who could see these patterns. It was another choice. Except this time, everyone would bear witness to it together. Soon, the patterns coalesced, forming a clear image. What was left were numerous spheres connected by branching lasers. Most of these spheres were dim. However, at the very bottom, there was one that was slightly brighter. Lionel's mind immediately realized what this was. Skill tree? At first, Lionel thought his idea was silly. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this was the only explanation. The demon's choice of weapon was a mace. The only bright sphere of the skill tree also projected the image of a mace, except this mace was in movement, displaying what Lionel assumed was a technique. Unlike Lionel, who was in the dark, it seemed the demon wasn't surprised by the appearance of this skill tree. His eyes looked toward the top of the skill tree with a fiery light, but he was well aware he wasn't in position to touch those legendary abilities just yet. With a hint of reluctance, he reached for the only slightly bright sphere. The demon brandished his mace and licked his lips. The shield vanished the moment he stepped onto the main platform. In that instant, the lazily stretching beast suddenly stopped, a faint growl trembling its tusks. The battle lasted longer than Lionel thought it would. He had originally assumed that it would be a matter of a few moves, but the longer he observed, the more shocked and apprehensive he became. The reason for his shock wasn't because the beast was too powerful or that the demon was too weak, or even a vice versa of either. The reason he was so shocked was because aside from single-handed bash, the demon didn't use any other moves. No, that wasn't exactly right. It wasn't that he didn't use any other moves, but rather that he couldn't. When Lionel reached this point in his thoughts, he sucked in a cold breath and suddenly understood how this trial would work. There were likely formless laws in this place that made it impossible to use skills that weren't unlocked through the skill tree. Lionel was stunned. For the first time, he somewhat regretted choosing the bow. If things were really like this, he was in a bad position. It wasn't a simple matter of attack patterns being restricted. The demon could only move with simple steps. In addition, his skill seemed to have a cooldown as though this was really a game. This sort of situation caused him to only be able to attack once every 3 seconds. This meant that every aspect of battle was controlled, whether it was movement, attack, or defense. As a bowman, Lionel was particularly restricted. It would make the future several levels more troublesome. This wasn't the only problem either. Lionel had hoped to use his mage arts to make up for his lack of arrows. But if he could only use skills on a skill tree, where would he get arrows from? Lionel was certain that if this place could restrict even attack patterns, there was no way it would allow him to produce his own arrows. Shit! Lionel clenched his jaw. Finally, after a long, drawn-out battle, the sound of shattering glass resounded. An invisible shield around the metallic beast broke, causing it to shut down. Beaten and haggard, the demon's eyes flashed brilliantly. Though fatigued, he had done it. He had passed the first trial. The skill tree appeared before the demon man once again. This time, a new row had lit up. But with his skill points, he could at most choose 2. In addition, there were some skills that needed more than just a single point to awaken. For now, though, all the skills the demon man could awaken were basic, and as such only needed 1. The trouble was deciding a path to go down. Should he try to diversify, or try to specialize in one branch until he could awaken rank skills? Eventually, the demon made his choice. The demon's platform shot back. Once it was within the group of waiting trial takers, a soothing light descended upon him, slowly washing away his fatigue. At that moment, everyone grew tense once more. For a demon lord with such a formidable body to struggle so much, everyone was hoping they'd have more time to observe, even Lionel. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Lionel felt his platform tremble and then shoot forward. It seemed he had won a lottery he had wanted no parts of. Chapter 276. Lionel settled his breathing. Since he had to go, he would go. Numerous gazes flooded toward Lionel. Compared to the interest the previous candidate had, the curiosity toward Lionel was several levels greater. This could only be expected. After all, Lionel was the beneficiary of a minor opening. He was definitely among those who would last to the very end of these trials. At the same time, he was a target. As for the reasons why, only those who entered the Merlin trials before would be aware. The skill tree appeared before Lionel the moment his platform connected to the large stage. Seeing it up front and personal like this, Lionel realized there was a lot he had missed before. The skill tree actually had 3 roots. These roots were the starter basic skills that didn't have any prerequisites to unlock. Among these roots, there was the weaponry root, the physical root, and finally the special skill root. From what Lionel could tell, the weaponry root were all related to his bow. The physical route was related to movement techniques, use of force, defensive techniques, and another broad range of matters. It seemed to have the greatest variety. Finally, the special skill route seemed to be universal in its use, meaning that Lionel's special skill tree was likely the same as everyone else's. The special skill route was indeed unique. The more Lionel looked at it, the less it seemed to conform to the previous rules he had come to know. For one, it took more than just skill points to unlock them. You seemed to need to pair them with rewards for trials that had been cleared. In addition, there were sometimes less stringent prerequisites, and sometimes more. For example, the Silver Skill Force Burst could explosively increase the strength of force attacks for a time. However, it required the unlocking the Bronze Skill Force Burst 3 separate times. However, there were also some gold skills that had no prerequisites whatsoever. It didn't seem to have much rhyme or logic to it. That said, Lionel took a mental note of this. He didn't believe it was without reason. Lionel turned his attention back to the weaponry route. Lionel's weaponry route was a basic skill named Single Shot. Much like the demon's single-handed bash, it allowed him to fire one arrow every 3 seconds. The voice suddenly snapped Lionel out of his thoughts. He was pleasantly surprised for a moment before understanding. This must be his advantage as a beneficiary of a minor opening. The jealous gazes he was receiving pretty much confirmed this. Some even seemed to be urging him to hurry up. After all, Lionel had been standing for a while. But Lionel turned a blind eye to these people. Since there wasn't a time limit, he would imprint this skill tree in its entirety into his dreamscape. Wait! Lionel's eyes suddenly flashed as his mind nearly exploded with blinding arcs of lightning. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of this before. If he imprinted his skills into his dreamscape in the midst of battle, would his ability be able to deduce the perfect response every time? Originally, he had only wanted to imprint this skill tree in his mind so he could deduce the optimal path for skill unlocks. But he realized there was much more benefits to this than he thought. Outside these trial grounds, I don't have skills that I put into use. It's too freeform, so it's difficult to use my dreamscape. This was the real reason Lionel never thought of using his dreamscape like this. Real life wasn't a game. You couldn't just break down a person's abilities into skills they could use at any given time. Or, could you? If Lionel broke down all of his techniques and abilities into their simplest forms, then arranged them into his dreamscape, what would happen then? Let's use these trial grounds as a test. This environment was perfect for Lionel to test whether or not his idea was viable. In here, he really could only use skills provided by Merlin. What better place would there be to test whether or not this new application of Dreamscape would work? If this worked, this would fix another big problem Lionel was having as well. To now, he had yet to be capable of fluidly linking all the spear legacies he was gaining. But what if he could arrange all his spear skills into his dreamscape as well? Lionel's breathing hitched slightly. If this worked, his ability, which had always been lacking in direct combat, might allow him to become a true monster. However, Lionel knew he couldn't get ahead of himself. In order to use his dreamscape in this way, he had to raise his battle sense to obscene levels. Only by being able to read his opponent would he be able to perfect the suggestions of his dreamscape. Experience. It all comes down to experience. Lionel's gaze turned bright. These Merlin trials would be perfect for him. The moment he made this decision, he blocked out the entire world. He didn't care about the impatience of those waiting for him. His heart had slowed to a crawl. The moment the voice descended, a quiver of arrows descended before Lionel. Lionel understood immediately. This basic quiver gave him 10 arrows, and a single arrow would be replenished every minute. It seemed that his advantage in weapons didn't extend to his arrows, but this was fine too. He had enough advantages already. His gaze turned serious as the shield around the metallic beast disappeared. It was the very same beast the demon faced, and it was likely the invisible barrier the demon cracked was now revitalized. Lionel felt that little Black Star and Tali's movements were restricted the moment the trial began, but he wasn't surprised. On the special skill tree, he had already seen numerous skills related to familiars. It seemed he wouldn't be able to make use of them until he unlocked them. But this was fine. For now, Lionel didn't think he needed them just yet. He brandished his bow, knocking his first arrow. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.